Okay, how about now? Is it working now? I hope it's working now. This is ridiculous. I freaking hate YouTube sometimes. Oh my god. Oh, that was so frustrating. YouTube is like having a rough morning, I guess, just like me. It was connected. I don't know what happened. It's like YouTube's just like, I guess we'll just feed that data into something. I don't even know what it was doing because it was telling me that I was live and that everything is fine and that I'm connected, but apparently the stream didn't start. I'm sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. I saw so many of you popped in, and once again, because I assumed that the stream was actually streaming, I was like, oh, hi, Civil. Hi, Floating Away Today. Hi, Baytran. Hi, Lemon Zest. Hi, Gomic. Hi, Raven. Welcome to the stream. Yoshi, I see you there as well. Floating Away Today. Thank you. Cyber Froggy. Oh my goodness. Good to see you. How you been doing? Hope you're doing well. Oh, I really like that, did you do a pride flag for your avatar? What's that? That looks like NB and Ace? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's hard to see because it's like a small circle for me, but that's what it at least appears to be. So, we dealing with burn. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I figured I'd just be at least honest about it now. I mean, I've tried lying to everybody about it, but, you know, y'all seem to, like, be really good at calling me out, so figured I'd just be open and honest about it. We should open a clothing store called Scuff and Stuff. Oh, God, I would love that. That'd be great. You could just have me run the register. I could sit there all day. I got it! Yay! Burnout is my favorite racing game. I don't play racing games I'm gonna be real, I don't like racing games. Racing games aren't my thing. I figured since I was still not feeling the best, we're gonna just do like a chatting live stream. We could talk about art or just whatever. It doesn't matter. I didn't really have I am super unprepared this morning. I didn't sleep very much last night. So I went from, wow, I'm too sleepy, to I instantly, like, had insomnia. And then ended up, like, sleeping only a couple hours last night. After, like, unfortunately spending probably way too long drawing yesterday. Because, like, again, I kind of just was, like, in a mood. And when I'm in a mood, I do art. Like, that's, like, my go-to, like, when I'm, like, feeling emotionally, like, rocky. I'm like, yes, a drawing will make everything better. Rain, my goal today is to make more rain. Oh, you don't have to do any of that. You don't have to. In fact, at one of these days, I'm just gonna drop, like, I'm just gonna drop a few bucks on your, like, Ko-Fi. And you're not even gonna know the reason why. Oh, good morning, Anna. Hi, Craig. Welcome to the stream. Guess who got injured doing why would you do that to yourself? Aren't you hurt enough as it is? Also, good morning, Craig. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, you're in the reserves? Oh, that's awful. I'm sorry. All right, that makes more sense. Okay. I was like, wait, why would you do that to yourself? But now it's, like, kind of clicking together. Sorry, I'm not, like, 100%. 48 hours till Amori. I do plan, out of all the things that I have scheduled and set up for this week, Amori is the one thing that I am looking forward to doing. So that is not going to get rescheduled. again, we are doing it this week, but like the other stuff, that's all like kind of up in the air at this point. Because I don't want to overdo it so badly that I have to like not do the one thing I've been looking forward to this week. By the way, I'm still in high school. They're drafting kids. Oh no. That's really awful. I'll say this, and at least you're not as dumb as me, because I was 17 years old when I enlisted in the military. But hey, guess what? They didn't force me. I did it voluntarily. That's how dumb I am. So at least you're still like 2 steps above me. Good old-fashioned propaganda. Gotta love it. In my defense, I was only 17, right? And like anybody who like knew what like post 9/11 America was like, it's pretty obvious like why I was the way I was back then. But yeah, after a couple of months still looking for a neurologist to check if I suffer from autistic burnout. Apparently, the next neurologist accepting new patients is like 70 kilometers away. It sucks if there's a shortage of professionals who can help you. I mean, at least you're still like a step ahead of me, because I am still applying for health insurance, and I hope I can get it for free. Because if it's not free, I'm not getting it. That's where I'm at. Serious question. It's been bothering me all day. Why did Miss Anna look like Spider-Gwen if she is a puppy spider? I wish I could answer that for you. You're going to have to ask Miss Anna. Joke's on you, Rain. I don't have Ko-Fi. Oh, hey, what the hell? You got to sign up for a Ko-Fi. You're an artist. You got to get something. Ko-Fi, buy me a coffee, anything. Literally anything. Like a Patreon, something. They're expecting me to do 10-kilometer runs with a broken... Oh, God. That's not great, Crag. I don't think it... I really, honestly, I hope the best for you, but listen, don't ever look at anything like cup half empty, right? Even though, like, I feel ya, I'm, like, super burnt out right now in my own ways, like, obviously not to that degree, right? But I get it, but it's like, you still gotta try to look at things, like, in a positive, like, light. And I know that could be really hard, because, like, trust me, I totally get it. Like, I am struggling to do that myself right now, but you can't give up hope. The moment you give up hope, that's when everything spirals out of control. Probably, if I had to take a stab in the dark there, Yoshi, I would imagine it's desperation. Not that I want to get into this particular topic, but, you know, war is hell. Like, I mean, it should go without saying, right? There's a reason that that particular phrase is phrased that way. I use small calibers to get... Yeah! Yeah, and you could totally just hide behind the corner of a building for 5 seconds and, like, start regenning your health after you've been shot, like, 3 times. Yeah, it totally works that way. Oh, no, I got hit with a bullet. Let me, like, duck behind this rock for a few seconds and, like, slap some bandages on my wrist. I'll be totally fine. I hate that in video games, honestly. Like, and I mean, it's kind of cool because it looks a little realistic. I've the one game that did it like a really good job of like doing cool things like that was Far Cry 3. But I'm just gonna like just stop for a second and think about that. If you dug a bullet out of your arm like that, like you're not probably using that arm for like at least 4 or 5 days. Like, that's if it, like, and if you're out in the jungle, too, like, or, like, out in any kind of environment, the chances of you getting an infection are, like, super high. I mean, you probably are going to lose that arm, like, realistically. And I'm not saying games need to be super, super, super realistic, but, like, I mean, I don't think people really get the fantasy aspect of that kind of stuff. I already told you and Miss Anna, my only payment I accept is head patch, so I could definitely provide lots of those. Oh, Thomas, did you see the Amori drawing I did yesterday? If you haven't, I'll pull it up on stream real quick. Actually, I'll just do it anyways. Why not? Why not? It'll give us something to look at. Here it is. And go full screen with it. And then come back over to OBS. Click here. And where is it? There it is. Yep, I liked it. Damn, welcome to the stream. It's a very simple style, and that kind of tripped me up a little bit. Like, kind of being real about it, like, even though this is, like, not bad, I feel like it was such a simple thing, like, I was overcomplicating it in my own head, and that detracted from the overall drawing, because, like, I don't know, I'm tempted to go and do, like, the things I want to do, like, with my other art, like, blend this in and, like, get things kind of smoothed out. But, like, without looking at the source material super closely, because I'm still trying to avoid spoilers, I just looked at, like, images I could find on Google. And, like, this kept coming up over and over and over again, so I figured, okay, all right, well, like, I'll use this face. I'm not exactly sure why Amori stares so intensely at the observer like this, but, you know, hey, obviously it's a theme in the game, and without knowing too much about what's going on, I figure this is a good starting point. Well, you drew a lot lately, so yeah, whenever I'm, like, in these kind of moods, I do a lot of art. That is just something that, like, has always been true for me. I don't know, what's that thing they say about tortured artists? Something like that, I don't know. Whenever I'm, like, get really miserable, I get artistic. It's weird. I don't even know the reason why. The way I expressed it to Anna yesterday is of, like, I've got an itch in my heart. Hey, just got jump scared by a fire alarm going off without any fire. They were testing one of those the other day, too. It was so obnoxious. They were doing it, like, late in the evening. Over by, like, where I live. I mean, I figured, but, like, you can understand, Thomas, why I don't want to, like, dive too deep into too much imagery from the game. Because it seems like a game worth not spoiling, and I've gotten this far without, like, really knowing too much about it, other than, like, some of the key things that made me interested in playing it to begin with. Which I will be, like, just straight up about it. It's mostly because it looks like Earthbound. It looks like one of the games I really, really liked when I was a kid. So that's like one of the main reasons. And then also the art style lends itself to like a very dark theme. So I don't know what's going on in Amori. I have no idea. But what I do know is that it reminds me of Earthbound, and the art is really good. I will say though that like when you look up Amori, like just like for art, this is like the most common thing that I found. Like out of all the GIFs and all the stuff I was looking at, like this image kept coming up over and over and over again. And I don't know if that's just because it's the main menu or if it crops up in the game like as a common like expression. But for whatever reason, this is like, this particular face is everywhere. I also accept payment of a video set of Anna saying she's cool. I'll have to sneak one. Amori was such a big influence on me. Everything from my music style to my broader autistic philosophy to the kind of person I aspire to be. Needy Streamer Overload had that kind of impact on me. It's really great when you come across a game like that and it really changes your perspective on a lot of things. There's a couple of games that I've played that I really, like, credit to helping me, like, develop as a person. And after playing those games, I can say that, not immediately, but over time, I changed a lot of things about myself to reflect the moral lessons I took away from those experiences. I still need to play Needy Streamer Overload. It's an amazing game. It's very dark. It can be very intense. It's intentionally stressful on purpose. What I do like about Needy Streamer Overload, and I'll try to explain this without giving away any spoilers, it's a really good commentary on the type of stress and psychological damage that can occur from chasing after this type of, like, content and trying to become a content creator. It's a really good commentary on that. Like, people, and what I really appreciate about the game is that you can go into it intending to play it a very specific way, and you're going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to do that, right? I'm not going to do X, Y, or Z, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to fall into that trap. The game has a really good way of, like, pinning you into a corner, and you have to make decisions that you may not necessarily want to make. In fact, you know they're bad decisions, but, I mean, hey, you gotta get that 1 million subscribers somehow, right? So without, like, directly putting you into that situation, the game does a really good job of expressing exactly how difficult it is and how, like, hard it is to, like, make decisions between, like, several things that you need to do. Hopefully that explains the premise of the game without, like, giving away too much of the plot. Dark Raven, welcome to the stream. I see you there, Delta. Welcome as well. Sugar! It's good to see you, cutie. How's Faye doing today? I watched a bit of the stream where you played it. It looked pretty fun. It's an amazing game. I've gotten the true ending before. I've gotten a lot of the endings. It's, something I would consider playing a game again, but, like, I've played it so many times on this channel already, and I've beaten the game so many times. I don't know if anybody's interested in, like, continuing to watch me play Needy Streamer Overload. I mean, I could play as much of it as I want, right? But, like, kind of, like, beating a dead horse at this point. Anyways, back to grinding the Vox Libre build. I'll be back on the SMP once I'm feeling a little bit better. I just needed to kind of take a little bit of a break. I guess I could pull up the other drawing I did yesterday. This one, the second one, is okay. I really wish, like, there were things I did differently about it, but I'm not super familiar with these types of poses to begin with. So that's like that could be really tough for me. But I think it's okay. The eye I'm not very happy with, but I just like I said, I don't usually do these types of poses, so, and I'm really trying to like flesh out my drawings a little bit more by like adding more of the actual like body. And, like, doing more with the hands, doing more with legs, doing more with feet, right, in general. Because that's, like, the last parts that I really need to, like, kind of, like, hone in on is I'm not great with drawing, like, arm shapes very well. Hands still trip me up quite a bit. Feet, let's not even talk about feet. Feet are, like, the weirdest thing for me in the entire world. I'm terrible at drawing feet. I don't know why. You would think, like, the regular foot shape is, like, a normal thing, but it's, like, for me, like, my brain just gets all, like, weird with it. Much better than me? Well, I don't know about that. Do you draw? Have you ever tried drawing? Also, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry if I missed you earlier. Not doing too great, sadly. Oh, sugar. I totally get where Faye is coming from there. Trust me. I get it. I still think it turned out nice. Yeah, the only part of it that I wasn't really happy with was the eye. The eye just, for whatever reason, didn't just come out the way I wanted to, and it's because it's kind of hard. I tried a couple of times to push it all the way into the corner, but it kept, like, blending in with, like, the graphite around it. And every time I tried to draw, it just, like, it ended up looking super weird when I pushed it all the way to the back corner. So I pushed it over to, like, the middle a little bit, but then I was like, well, that kind of changes the direction that I'm looking in. But, like, if I don't do that, then it kind of, yeah, It's not bad, but I definitely could have done more with it. I could have done a little better. Also, I do realize it's a little bit political, but I really felt it was important to express this particular theme, especially these days, because it's like, it's starting to get on my... The state of, like, what's going on in my own country is starting to really get on my nerves. So, like, without overly addressing it, I did want to start, like, doing commentary on it. And the best way for me to always express myself is through my art. No matter how good AAA games are these days, none of them are worth losing an arm and a leg. And it's important to call out these things more than ever. I still hope I get to make that RPG. I hope you get to make it as well. Turned out great. Thank you, Delta. Hi, Peter. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? I started drawing a while ago. I like it, but sadly, do it rarely. When I first started, I only started by, like, well, my very first drawing, I'll be real, like, I didn't put a lot of effort into it. Have you ever seen my very first drawing? I can pull it up for you real quick if you'd like to look. Yeah, let's go look at more of Rain's art. Sure. Not that, like, people haven't seen it a billion times that are regulars here, but sure, let's go look one more time. I do feel it's important, and the reason I posted so many of my bad drawings from early on was, like, to show people that, like, progress isn't linear, and, like, I was a really bad artist at first, like, when I first was trying to draw. Hold on a second. Where is it? Here. And here. Got it. And then we'll go back over here. This was my very first drawing. Not very good. I did it in permanent marker. And I put probably just enough effort into it to, like, get something done. But I didn't really know what I was doing. And the reason why I did this is because I made a post and, like, I said I wish I could draw. And a lot of people are like, you could draw. Just try drawing something. And I drew this, like, kind of just to show them, like, oh, look, see, I can't draw. And then people were like, actually, that's not bad. Why don't you just, like, practice? Why don't you try putting some real effort into it? So, and then after that, I was like, oh, okay, all right. You want me to try doing a little bit better? I could try doing that. And then I tried doing this. It came out a little better, and it wasn't great, though. I mean, the hair's doing some really crazy shit on the left side. I mean, it's defying gravity in, like, every possible form, right? But, I mean, overall, not terrible. It's the basis of art, right? So, hopefully, like, you understand, like, it's not something that you just, like, it's not even something that I was instantly good at, right? Like, this is where I was when I started. And I mean, I've done some absolutely atrocious drawings, okay? Right? Like, and what's even funnier about this is that you'll start to realize, too, that you will go from doing a bad drawing to, like, an okay drawing to, like, oh, that's not bad. That's actually pretty good. And you're like, yay, that's pretty good. And you're like, wow, I can keep going. Look at all this progress I'm making. And then, bam, all of a sudden, you're back to here again. And you're like, what the hell? What the hell? Am I even capable of doing art? Like, what happened? Which is pretty good, Rain. Aw, thank you. Trust me, I still make these mistakes where things... Yeah, I had that problem yesterday when I was trying to draw the fist on the flag. And it was really hard for me to figure out not only, like, the right proportion for the fist, but, like, also the correct angle. Because, like, it's kind of leaning at, like, a weird downward angle, but people also can, like, adjust their wrists to, like, be more even if it's at a downward angle like that. So it was, like, really hard to, like, draw. Even though it's, like, really simple, right? Like, it still was really hard to, like, kind of tune it to the right, like, shape. If that makes any sense. But, like, as you can see, like, I'm not great with hands or arms. Like, this was just an awful drawing. Overall. And then, you know, this... Not too bad. I like this one, even though, like, the colors are really weird on it. That one wasn't bad. Then we go back to here again. And then this drawing, I really like the idea of it, but I failed this drawing so badly that later on, after doing all this practice, all of this, practice, right? Just constantly practicing over and over again. I reattempted the same idea. I changed it up slightly and did that. Now, this is still not a great drawing, right? There are some issues with it, but don't be afraid to reattempt the same concepts over and over again, because just, like, hopefully that makes sense, right? Like, you don't give up on an idea just because you can't pull it off in that moment. Like, just recognize, like, where your limitations are and practice around those limitations. I mean, my colors also don't... Yeah, I actually like your... I like that you pick bright colors, honestly. Daddy, I love that. I love that floating away today. This is why us artists have a thing called drafts. Yeah, I definitely have drafts. I'll take raindrops over any other kind of drops. I mean, but I get, like, goofy with my art sometimes. This is a bad drawing. This one. That was a bad drawing. This isn't a great drawing. This one's okay. This one's better. But again, not great. This one's a really good one. I like this one a lot. This one's a really good one. I like this one a lot. There are some that I do that are pretty good, that are decent. This one is really good. War Song. I like that one. This one, I made a mistake in and added too many knuckles, but it's okay. It's not bad. This is one of my favorite Miku drawings that I did. This is also a really... I did this one on live stream a long time ago. Back when I was, like, still kind of, like, streaming my art live. It was a lot of fun. You have really good shading skill. I'm still working on it. It's not where I want it to be. Like, the problem I'm running into is, like... Okay, so you see these series of drawings here? Like, I consider this to be, like, my best work. And I'm going to be real with you. I haven't really figured out how to redo this again. Because when I made these drawings, some of this stuff, I wasn't even thinking about the technique when I did it. So I did it and didn't, like, remember how I pulled it off. So a lot of, like, what I've been doing is going back and trying to relearn the elements of, like, what I like the most about these drawings. And then try to reapply that and work on, like, the fundamentals of it. And it's, like, starting to come together a little bit more. So here's another, like, this one is still I think one of my best, like, drawings of my avatar. But I'm still trying to, like, pull that off. And recently, when I came back to these drawings, I feel like I've been doing better with it, especially this one. This one came out really good. I like this one a lot. This one I referenced from using a real picture of me. For those who aren't aware. DT, welcome to the stream. So I actually took a picture of me at, like, Pride. I don't know if anybody saw the picture of me in front of the Rain restaurant. But I did that in front of the Rain restaurant. And instead of, like, just drawing the picture as it was, I was like, oh, well, let me see if I could turn myself into my character. And that's a huge benefit to me because what's really nice is that when I'm out and about, if I, like, want to draw something, I can just take one of my photos and just redraw myself like that. It's weird that I can do that, but it's fun that I can also do that now, too. It's weird that you could completely change your art style and not know how to recreate an old one. I'm the same way with my music. Yeah, well, here's the thing, and this is what I think goes on, at least in my brain. I won't speak for any other artist, you know, but at least for me, I get so focused on, like, what I'm doing in the moment. I don't necessarily pay attention to, like, how that work is getting done. At least with me, like, when I'm messing with something, right, and I'm, like, experimenting, I'm just looking for it to achieve the look and the result that I'm going for, and nothing else matters. So I'm not paying attention to what kind of pencil I'm drawing with or what that shade color number was, right? I'm just grabbing the thing that I think looks the best, and I'm go, oh, yeah, that's it. That's what I want, right? And I just run with it without actually paying attention to what I grabbed or what I used necessarily. And now, like, those drawings are, like, 2 years old, right? Like, that's a really long time to try to remember, what kind of pencil did I use? What technique did I use? What was the software tools that I used to achieve that look? Now, I'm sure if you asked me, like, within, like, 6 months of doing that artwork, I probably still could have recalled it, but at this point, I just don't remember. So yeah, don't practice, just draw. You know what's so funny about you saying that? It's like, it's so true, because, like, you know, the more you draw, the more you practice, but the more you practice, the more you draw. It's like, it's It's a circular. I mean, once you get into it, right? Oh my god, I love Teto as well. I did so much Teto art. Hold on, let's go back and look at some Teto art, because Teto is amazing. I'll show you one of my favorite Teto drawings that I did. It is... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Come on. The graphite drawing. Come on, Teto. There it is. So even though the hands are a little weird on this one, this was like one of my favorite ones that I did. And this is back when I couldn't blend as well. I was still kind of learning, like, what shades, like, the graphite pencils produce. So it's like I kind of had the right ideas here, but not really. My 2023-24 music style that you can hear on my YouTube channel is very different from my 2025 style, which is in turn is very different from my 2026 style. I kind of bounce back and forth between, like, between, like, this, like, really sketchy graphite, like, style of art, and then I go for, like, really loud digital art that's, like, very colorful. Those seem to be, like, the two things I'm the most happy with, as far as, like, my artistic expression is concerned. I do some, like, really dark drawings from time to time, but, like I said, it's... I mean, like, I've got to be in the right mood to do those, or otherwise it just kind of feels forced. Which, if it's forced, then it's not really art, in my opinion. Which is weird. I'm weird about it. I'm also the same kind of person that's like, oh, using a ruler, that's cheating. It's not cheating. I just, like, for me, I'm trying to, like, learn, like, a certain skill. So it's like, if I use a ruler, it kind of defeats the point of me practicing drawing a straight line, right? I got flashbacks on Hatsune Miku from D&D. I've done a lot of Miku drawings, too. Miku and Teto, I loved drawing them. This is a good one, too. I really like this one. This one's from Teto Territory. And where was the other one I did from Teto Territory? This one. And this one. But this one I really like. This one is my favorite. And this one is just a reference. This one literally comes from the music video. If you watch the music video, you're going to see this scene. And also, I could definitely relate, Teto. 41 is not a great number. He is very displeased. That's why in the drawing afterwards, I went with the same joke in the music video. 42 divided by 2 is 21. Much better. Just like me. This one's a really good one. I did this for somebody who was following me on social media. I used to do that a lot more, like, when I was still learning. I draw, like, other people's characters and stuff like that. I don't do that as much anymore because I've been obviously focused on, like, working on my own character for quite a while now. And I almost have it. Like, I almost have what I consider the correct skill to be able to draw my character in any way, shape, or form at any angle. And once I'm satisfied that I can do that, then I'm going to move on. But I want to be able to draw myself expertly and without, like, too much thought or effort. And I'm, like, almost there. So the self-reference study is almost over. Especially with the one that I did. What was it? This one, hold on, I'll show you. Where is it? This one. This one told me that I'm definitely, like, getting closer to where I want to be. Because even though it's not perfect, right? And even though there's a lot left to be desired with the way the feet are shaped and the hands are still kind of a little goofy, this is really, I want to be able to draw an entire drawing of me with all the appendages that, you know, a regular person would have. And be able to express ideas like that and not get tripped up on, oh, I gotta draw feet, that's weird. Oh, I gotta draw my hands in like this pose, that's weird. I gotta draw myself at this angle. What does my back even look like, right? Like, what's the backside of my character even like? You know, like, I mean, I don't turn around, like, very often, right? Well, I have some kind of hot take, and it's a bit true. What you got for me, Unknown? I remember being in a lot of sketching spirals where I kept sketching the same thing over and over again until it just... I get that way with eyes when I can't draw the eye correctly. Oh, I think I'm in that. I usually make a very scuffed sketch when I get an idea, and later I feel like if I make it again based on the sketch... I mean, it's not a bad idea to keep practicing something that you want to achieve. The one trap that I'll say don't, like, fall into is, like, I kind of fell into this whole, like, portrait style of drawing, and you could see that pretty obviously reflected in my art, right? Like, a lot of these poses are from, like, the chest above or the waist above, right? And I really limited myself by not drawing more legs, by not drawing more feet, by not drawing more hands. And yeah, you can get away with doing that stuff by being creative and, like, you know, like in this drawing, for example, like, I put my hands underneath the desk so I didn't have to draw them, right? Like, with this one, this is just an outline, right? So you don't even need hands, right? So you could do creative things to, like, express that, but I still really want to work on drawing hands properly, right? That's, like, a huge thing for me. I'm getting there. It's not quite there, but I'm getting there. Well, guideline is just a guide and not a rule. Guideline is supposed to be just a guide. Yeah, I agree. You could kind of make up your own. I mean, like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, art is what you make of it, what you put into it. And honestly, you can use pretty much any tool and any medium to, like, create art. I've seen... I remember one time when I was younger, I went out camping with this one guy. We'll call them Brian. Sure, that's different enough. Okay, so Brian was bored and found these, like, pine cones. And when you, like, crack the pine cone open, there was, like, this purpley, like, sap stuff in the center of it, and it was, like, just dark enough. So I didn't, like, I wasn't really paying attention to what, like, Brian was doing. And when I come back, there's this, like, side of this rock wall that were nearby the camp, and the entire rock wall is covered in drawings just from, like, using the pine cone and just grinding it against the stone wall. And just, like, basically just pushing the sap onto the stone. And it wasn't anything too crazy. They were pretty simplistic, but I was impressed. Oh, ZT, thank you so much, cutie. Let me go ahead. I'll open up, since I'm already on Ko-Fi, I'll open up your message right on stream. Hope you don't mind. Oh, I hate Ko-Fi sometimes. It didn't... I'm still waiting for that notification to come through. There it is. Oh, you didn't say anything. Aw. Aw, kitty. You could have sent a message. Thank you anyways. Head pats in the chat for ZT. I appreciate it. Hiya, Mr. Lower. I see you there. I'm too used to drawing the entire body. I'm the opposite. I'm too used to drawing like close-ups of my face. But like if you see that, right? Like if you go over, like when I do that now, I nail it, right? Like this pose, I don't need to practice this anymore. I could do that. I know I can do this, right? Obviously, like you could see it looks great. So I don't need to practice stuff like this anymore. I've got it. I've nailed it, right? Like, if you ask me to do, like, a very close-up portrait-style drawing like that, I'm your girl, right? I don't need to practice this anymore. So this, to me, just says that I'm fine with it. The one thing that did trip me up, though, and I do like to post these because, like, this is really important still, even to this day. Where is it? Did I not post that drawing? What the hell, Rain? Oh, there it is. This one here. Rain needs a hug. So this was the very first sketch I did when I came back to like drawing with pencils and papers. Now, a lot of people will say this is okay. Again, this was just me getting re-familiar with like physical media again. Oh, ZT, you did it again. Hold on. I'm going to refresh now, just right up front. And then I'm going to check it after I give it a second. Yay, every Ko-Fi sent to Rain means more merch designed for her. Wait, I didn't know you were doing that. Wait, were you measuring your, like, contributions to me based off of how much support I get? I don't know if that's fair to you. What happens if somebody comes in here and starts, like, going nuts one day? Not that that's ever happened, right? Well, okay, it has happened. We've had some people come in here and drop some bombs on the chat before. Well, fun fact from my art journey, I was criticized for not using guidelines. I have been criticized for not using the construction method. I have been criticized for being too goofy with my art style. I have been criticized for doing too much fan art. And then when I shifted away from that and started doing my own original content with my character, recently somebody called me a narcissist because I only draw my own avatar. So it's like, you can't make anybody happy. Somebody's gonna find a reason to, like, take a stick and beat you over the back of the head with it. Just ignore them. I sent a message this time. Okay, good. Here's a message! Message! Aww! Here is my message. You're a cutie. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alright, back down to the art, though. Like, y'all don't need to know all that, but... We already know I have a Ko-Fi. You don't have to, like, see my avatar. Always been curious how someone would draw a character of us without knowing what we look like an interpretation of how people see us. I've had to do that a few times for folks. It can be a little tough. Leon had to do it for me once. In defense of the guideline people, they are pretty helpful. So they can be. There's nothing wrong with guidelines. There's nothing wrong with books. There's nothing wrong with, like, referencing poses and stuff like that. If you need to look up those kind of tools and use them, absolutely nothing wrong with that whatsoever. At the same time, people are always going to be picky, right? Because, like, they're going to watch you do something, and it's not going to be drawn the same way they do it. And some people just feel the need to be like, no, you're doing it wrong. It's those type of people that you really shouldn't listen to. If they're telling you you're doing it wrong just because you're not doing it the way they do it, that's not really something you should take to heart. You should just look at everything and find what works best for you. Like, be open-minded, right? Don't be closed-minded to guidelines and advice and tips and stuff like that. But if somebody's specifically saying, you're wrong for drawing it that way, don't do that, that's, like, kind of, like, defeats the whole point of art in general, right? The whole point of art is to come up with creative ways to express ourselves. And sometimes that means bending and breaking the rules that the guideline might provide you. It's like, I hate when somebody's trying to limit someone's artistic expression just because it falls outside of some kind of made-up rule, right? Like, you don't have to follow any rules, right? If you look at this, like, other drawing over here, I was trying to go for, like, a political style cartoon with, like, actual, like, effort drawn into, like, the character. So I did a goofy, like, a mixed bag between, like, a serious anime drawing and a political style cartoon here. That was, like, the goal of this drawing. I could have just specifically went in the direction of just going straight up political cartoon, but I didn't want to do that because I think political cartoons are ugly. I think they're poorly drawn. I think they're low effort, honestly. So I wanted to do something that felt like it could be a political cartoon without it actually being a political cartoon. Takes a cutie to know a cutie. Well, yeah, here's the thing. I'm very good at finding cuties. But I don't know if I'm cute myself. Still working on it. One design, maybe a headphone design, and 2 rain hair clips. You know what I always wanted to do? I want to do more cloud stuff. Because clouds are cute. For me, it's so hard to use the guide. So, like, when I find, like, a drawing reference I like, or, like, a pose reference I like, sometimes I will very deviate from, like, I will deviate a lot away from that, and what I'll do is I'll take, like, the essence of, like, what that particular guide was trying to do for me, and then I'll go, okay, cool, that was a great example. How about we change all of this and see if we can figure it out now? Because it's not fun to just copy something one-to-one. I like adding to it. Like, I like evolving it, right? So, like, even if somebody was like, oh, you clearly referenced that pose, right? It's like, yeah, I did, but, like, look at all this extra shit I added to it. That's the art part of the art. I know what you're trying to say there, Unknown, and I agree with you. It's one of those things where keeping an open mind is always the best thing to do. Well, there are not enough labels for it to be an American political cartoon. I know, right? Hold on. Let me see if I can find the political cartoon that I hate the most. It was really bad. It's just, like, I understand, like, what the, artist was trying to express with that political cartoon, but it's just, like, at the same time. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Oh, come on now. Oh, there's way too many political cartoons now. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. I think it's this one. Open image in new tab. Okay, alright, I think I found it. Sorry. I am going to commission you, Raven. Don't you worry. You already got yourself a job. I just have to get myself to a point where I can actually do it. Okay, alright, so here's the cartoon I was thinking of. Oh god, I gotta zoom in on that more. Hold on a second. Okay. So, it is a drawing, right? But, and like, I get that the point of this is to make a statement. But like, this is not complete work. This is like a rough draft to me. Like, this drawing is not completed. There are so many lines that are left half done. The main person in the drawing doesn't even have the top part of their face drawn in. This annoys me a lot. It's like, this is the standard for a political cartoon? Really? Like, you can't put in just a little bit more effort than this? I actually used to watch the Far Side Gallery. Not watch. I had an entire book. Let me see if I can find the book. Give me a second. I'll find it. What was it? When I was growing up, I had specifically... Hold on. I had specifically this one. I always enjoyed these. Even if when I was too little to, like, understand, like, half the, like, the drawings in them. But I always really enjoyed reading this growing up. I just liked the pictures. The pictures were silly. We are the gay part of the gay. Me too. Yeah, but newspaper cartoonists don't have a lot of time to draw. My only pushback on that, like, and this is not me, like, trying to be, like, you know, any particular way about art. Because at the end of the day, it's still art. It's still an expression. And their drawing is valid, and it makes a point, and it expresses that point clearly, okay? So, with that understanding, right, we can't put maybe, I don't know, 30 more minutes into it, because this feels like something that was whipped up. I'm not even joking, in like half an hour, and you're like, good enough. Send it to the presses. And I understand they're on a deadline and it's a daily thing, right? But if that's like your thing and you're a political cartoonist, couldn't you just, like, I don't know, spend a little bit more time on it? Because I feel like I could come up with something that good in 30 minutes. And in fact, I might even do a video and just time myself to see if I could draw something like that in 30 minutes. Just to, you know, put my money where my mouth is. Maybe it's a representation of how the man's nose seamlessly blends into the wall. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, I get it, and it's an expression. It's supposed to be simplistic, right? It's like, but it's too simplistic for me. All right, hold on, wait. I'm going to try to find one of my favorite Far Side drawings real quick, just so I can show it to you. Give me a second. I want to look it up. I'm trying to see if I can find it, but it's so hard to find, like, specific Far Side comics. Where is it? I know it's a Gary Larson one. Come on now. I found it. I found it. I found it. There it is. I got it. Yay. All right, hold on a second. I just gotta open it up. Okay. So this was one of my favorite ones because, again, it didn't really need to do much, right? This is one of my favorite ones. What I really like about the hen is that it's suspiciously looking over at those eggs like, you know, maybe. Maybe. Or it's like that sus look of like, wait a second, are there really eggs in this cake? I can't tell. It could go either direction. It's really open to interpretation. See, like, this would be, like, kind of the standard I'd hope political cartoons would try to reach. And some of them do, right? But, like, this is just a generally, like, really funny comic. Really well done. Inked very well. Even in the black and white version of this, still comes across really good and clean. Well, maybe Chibi could work on comic. I have been thinking about doing a comic for a while now. But that's the whole point of doing, like, the practice in all those different poses. Because how am I supposed to draw myself in all those action-y poses if I can't draw myself in action-y poses? Right? If I can't draw my hands or my feet or draw myself sideways or upside down or doing a flip or, like, kneeling, right? Like, I've never done those things before. Like, the first time I've ever done the drawing with my hands pressed against the floor and my, like, knees on the ground was that drawing I did the other day. That drawing is something from your 60 seconds to draw something. I mean, I could try that for fun. That would be fun. You also have to remember that newspapers use really cheap paper and ink, and anything too thick or detailed can bleed. That is also a fact, but, like, we're also in, like, 2026. I don't know about any of you, but I haven't picked up a newspaper in probably, like, 15 years. When is the last time any of you have gone to the store and was like, ah, yes, today I'm going to read my local newspaper, and actually bought it and, like, actually used it? The only time I ever use, like, old newspaper anymore is for, like, some sort of, like, I don't know, scrap paper or, like, filling for, like, my, like, moving boxes and stuff. At least the eggs are not labeled as eggs. That's how, yeah, because, like, apparently got to point everything out to the reader, right? Like, the observer can't figure out anything for themselves. They have to, like, write clock on the clock, right? They have to write bowl on the bowl. Just to make sure that you know what it is, right? Maybe on the powder in the bowl, they'd write flour. Because, you know, even though the bag itself says flour, you know, can't confuse the reader. Got to make sure that they know it's flour and not sugar. I only read newspapers at the dentist. Oh god, I won't even do that. If I, like, can't use my phone, like, let's say, like, I don't have signal for my phone in the waiting room, I'll just sit there and twiddle my thumbs. I'm really weird like that, though. Snack, welcome to the stream, cutie. Moon walks into scene from stage left. I love it. What an entrance. I buy it for packing. Yes! See? Snack understands where I'm coming from. I was going on a simple chibi or somewhat in the middle cartoonic, and someone said it's a bit childish. Ignore them. Do what you want. Screw up. Draw it. And in fact, draw it defiantly. If I listen to everything, like, every stupid criticism, like, that somebody's chucked at me randomly from, like, this platform and, like, across the internet, like, God, I'd be, like, a frickin' mess. It doesn't really happen as much anymore, but like when I first came out as trans, holy crap, everybody like wanted to try to take a shot at me. You just gotta kind of stick to your own thing and ignore them. That's the best advice. And like when I say ignore them, I mean really ignore them. Like they don't exist. Like you didn't even see it. Don't let it phase you. Don't let them see you shed a tear. Not to say that you shouldn't feel a certain way, right? Like I still feel bad when people say bad things to me, right? But at the end of the day, I empower them by reacting to it. Rain, this might be digression, but what do you think about brutalism? Is that like a specific art form? I'm gonna be like honest, I'm not super familiar with that term, so I'm gonna look it up right now. Let me move over here just so I could use Google for a bit. Figure it out. Brutalism. Define. Brutalism is a mid-20th century architectural style defined by stark, blocky forms, raw, unpainted surfaces, and an emphasis on functionality over ornamentation. Ooh. Ooh, this was one of the first images that came up when I looked at it. I like it. Actually, I really like it. Holy crap. Hold on. Wait. I'll get a preview open so y'all can see what I'm saying. Okay, let's come over here. Turn the screen back on. Is this what you're talking about, Peter? This is awesome. I love this. This is so surreal. This looks like something out of a nightmare. Oh, since I'm here, I remember the deal. Do you remember? I'm gonna be real with you. I've had the worst burnout recently. Asking me to remember anything at this particular time is... it's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle. A lot of people have, like, pinged me recently. They're like, hey, Rain, what's going on with this? And I'm just like, oh, God, I'm so sorry. I'm really trying to, like, pick up all these, like, everything I promised everybody over, like, the past 2 months. And I'm really trying to, like, get back on it. And I wish I had, like, written a lot of this down or took better notes, but, you know, like, in the midst of, like, moving and, like, being homeless for, like, a couple weeks, I'm gonna be real. I didn't take the best notes. The application, that's right. Like, what was that, 2 weeks ago? 2.5 weeks ago, you brought that up? Now it's ringing a bell. That's all you really gotta do for me sometimes. Just, like, give me, like, a gentle reminder. Get me going in the right direction again. I love brutalism. Very Star Wars Imperial. I agree. Actually, that's a good way to phrase it. But for Anna, I want a video of her saying she's cool as payment. I'll see what I could do there. Usually see them with unrealistic looking geometry, but this is pretty cool. This to me seems like it could be somewhat realistic. Highly impractical. Right? This would be incredibly impractical. But like as an art piece, I think you could do this. I don't know if this is real or not, or if this is just like a 3D render, or if it's just a painting. I'm not 100% sure how this came to be, but it looks awesome. I really like it. Okay. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is all of this gifted 20 gift memberships from Delta floating away today? And Peter? Oh my goodness. Y'all trying to sneak attack me again. Snake, welcome to the stream. All of you are getting head pats. All of you. I'm spamming them. You're all getting spammed head pats. Oh, goodness. Oh, Brain, don't disappear on him. Come on now. You just got back. Alright, let me turn the break thing off. That's what I meant to do. Thank you all so much. Oh, Ezzy, you got a membership. Oh, Snake, you left a comment on my... one of my posts? And you were like, yellow and black, and I guessed Bumblebee. Did I guess correctly? I don't think that was the correct answer, but I figured I'd take a shot at it anyways. By the way, Rain, the photo is the Gazelle Library in San Diego. That is awesome. There's a snake and a snack. That's not gonna get confusing. I mean, thankfully you both have very different profile pictures. Which is, and I've mentioned this before, I very much lean on, like, profile pictures more than usernames. To, like, recognize folks in the chat. You know what I would really like? Honestly, and I haven't figured out a good way to do this, so I'm gonna... Maybe this will be something you can do for that application. I did put some thought into it. What I really want, and one of my favorite things that this community does, is share their, like, art, share their music, share the things that they create in the community. And if there was an easy way to post that, like, I don't know, somewhere, or, like, share that easily with the community, that would be something that I'd be interested in. Also, if you're looking for another idea, I don't know if this exists already, but, like, also, like, an app that tells you where gender-neutral bathrooms are, that would also be extremely helpful. I thought of that as well, but it was a reference to that rap song, Black and Yellow, Black and Yellow. Okay, I'm gonna have to listen to that. I'm not super-duper into rap music. When I was, like, younger, I used to listen to a lot of it, but, like, I just listened to, like, Eminem. I'm just gonna be real about it. I was like, oh, Eminem, he swears a lot, so he must be cool. I gotta be real, my mom heard some of the songs on, like, that, like, Slim Shady LP, and she was like, what the hell is wrong with you? And I'm like, I don't know, I'm weird. Just ignore me. I think it was Wiz Khalifa. Alright, good to know. That helps me narrow it down. Oh, ZT, it was wonderful having you here. I hope you have a happy Pride Month. We'll see you again soon, I'm sure. Yeah. Mostly just, like, drawings and stuff like that. Like, if somebody does, like, artwork, it would be, like, more like an art share thing. It's like, oh, I did a drawing. Oh, I worked on this particular piece, right? That would be cool. And then, like, the other idea is just to, like... Well, I could integrate the app on Discord. Oh, okay. That would be cool. See, like, the thing is I'm not, like, the greatest programmer. I don't, like... Here's the thing. I come up with ideas a lot, and I tell them to, like, my friends who do no coding, and they'll just be like, you know how difficult it would be to do something like that? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm just the idea girl. So I'm also trying not to pitch something unrealistic to you, because I'm aware that databases are a thing and infrastructure is a thing, and like some of the things I've asked for in the past require a lot of like extra shit. We'll find a way. I like your attitude. Well, you know what would be really nice about that too is if there's a way. Okay, here's an idea, right? So not only like can you like report that like there's a gender neutral bathroom, but you can also confirm the report, right? You know how like what was that GPS app? Waze, W-A-Z-E? You know how like people can report like a police officer is on the highway somewhere, like checking people's speeds and stuff? Or if like there's an accident nearby, and if you go by that area, it asks you, it's like, oh, is there really a police officer there? Right? That would be kind of cool, right? That's a really cool idea. So like people can add a bathroom, but if it's not real, right, then they can like say, oh, no, that's actually not a gender neutral bathroom. And it's like a constantly updating thing. I don't know, that's probably way too advanced, but like that's an idea that I had that I thought would be really useful for our community, especially in places where gender neutral bathrooms become more rare. Program her, I hardly know her. I like that floating away today. Sounds doable, honestly. I would hope that it's not too difficult. And it like would really just be like kind of a great public service. Like imagine if you could just drop a pin on like your local mall and just be like, oh, hey, I found a gender neutral bathroom for everybody. That would be really helpful for me. Especially like family bathrooms, disabled you'd be shocked how many places don't have like a bathroom specifically for disabled people. Oh God, it's always a coin toss for me. Where am I going to the bathroom today? Do you know the way? I'm old. Well, that's a challenge. It's just an idea. Again, I'm not sure how realistic that idea is, but if you did want one of my ideas, there's one of my ideas. I'm not sure what you could do with it, but that's what I was thinking of. And like you can expand upon that too, right? You could have like more like, you could also like pin locations that are like specifically LGBTQ friendly, right? So if you see a business and they've got like rainbows and they're like, we welcome everybody, we love everybody, right? You can pin that and like be like, yeah, this is a great place to visit, right? They're very open here. But on the inverse, I wouldn't want the ability to say like, oh, this place is bad. I think that's not what we're looking for in an application, right? I think most people can figure out on their own if somewhere is bad, right? What we're trying to do is encourage like people to be positive. We got enough negative Nancys in the world. Right, and I also don't want to open up invitation for people to dogpile on like businesses and stuff because like just because somebody had one bad interaction with one person. Right, this is more about like being positive, putting a positive spin on everything. Well, yeah, it's at least two ideas. I'm not sure of which is probably more realistic and doable for you based on your skill set, but I figured, hey, there you go. There's some ideas for you to at least get kicking along. So, like, I have self-reflected on it. I just failed to follow up with you. Street Complete is the app. That's not for toilets specifically, though. Okay, all right, fair enough. The place we were today had the most ambitious bathroom sense. We had to go in to figure out what bathroom we were at. Since the only difference was a single line, I would have just gone into whatever at that point. Honestly, if you've made it so confusing for me that I don't know which bathroom I'm supposed to go in, I'm just going to pick one. Good luck, everybody else. Listen, when Rain's gotta go, she's gotta go, okay? We're not gonna be having a debate about it, okay? I think that in the UK, disabled bathrooms are compulsive. Yeah, it's not. The problem with the US is that states can be really weird about that kind of stuff, and they can like make specific laws like designating how like that stuff is set up. I really wish as like humans we could just kind of get over like segregation in general. Like we don't need to really segregate men and women all the time. We don't need to segregate races, right? Like, can we just like get past that as a concept? Right? Can we stop like pitting people against each other over stupid crap? We're all humans, right? Like we all have red blood, right? We all bleed on the inside the same color, right? We all have a heart. We all have a soul, right? We all think. We're all thinking things, right? I don't know. Some people would say that's an overly simplistic view of things, but I think it's the right way to look at things. Yes, red blood, of course. Well, except for me. I have blue blood, but I'm an alien. And a cat girl. And maybe a robot. Also, Rain and Anna, here's the reason why I set my price for commissions free or head pats, because my art isn't good enough to be paid. That's not true. That's not true. Before I even came out as trans, somebody paid me for one of my drawings. And I was not a good artist back then, and somebody still bought one of my drawings for like 50 bucks. You want to see it? You want to see the first drawing Rain ever sold? I haven't sold many. Nobody really wants to buy art anymore because of stupid ChatGPT. But I'll show you the one that somebody commissioned me, and they told me their idea. They told me what character they wanted. And I did my very, 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 very best to give them exactly what they asked for. Because, like, the thing that was really difficult about this commission was that, it was written to me. It was an expression of an idea. They told me what they wanted, and I had to, like, take their, like, paragraph of, like, their written idea and, like, the character that they wanted it for and try to express this concept to them. And it was supposed to be a deep reflective piece about, like, alcoholism. Which is, you know, something that I've also had to do. I gave up drinking, too. So the reason why I wanted to do this drawing for them is because I could kind of relate to the idea that they had. And even though I never had an actual alcohol problem, I just felt I just drank too much. But I can understand where they're coming from, and it is a slippery slope with drinking. So, you know, everything in moderation. That's a really good one. I'm glad you like it. So the hand and the glass that's holding it is referenced from an IRL Halloween prop. I could not find anything like that. Like, I couldn't find a reference that I was looking for, and I just happened to be, like, going through some pictures of some Halloween props, and I was like, oh my god, that's perfect. So what I did is I just, like, cut out like the bottom part of the prop and just kind of used it like creatively in this like pose to make it look like the skeleton hand is holding the glass. And then I really wanted the light to focus on the glass itself because like this is the kind of thing like where like this feels like the way that they express the idea to me. This feels like a dark, it felt like a dark like place to be in, right? Like but at least like the written word that they gave to me felt like it's a dark reflective piece. Like this isn't like the kind of drink you're sharing with a friend. This is the kind of drink you're by yourself and you're wondering to yourself, like, really, will one more actually hurt me? I'm all alone. There's nobody here to judge me, right? What's one more? The coolest thing have seen all month. So, yep, my price is still free. Listen, let me at least throw you a 10 for the trouble. Drinking alone is not great. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Unfortunately, that's the only kind of drinking I used to do. Like, I wouldn't drink excessively, but, like, my relationship with drinking was pretty unhealthy still because I would exclusively drink alone, by myself, in a dark room, usually pretty upset about my day, and that's part of the reason why I was drinking to begin with. That is what I've been telling them. One more beer won't hurt. In the right context, with your friends, at a party, maybe a nice barbecue, cookout. Walter, 1 million beer, please. Listen, there's nothing wrong with drinking. I used to make mead and wine and beer and stuff. Like, I know how to make that stuff. But over time, I've realized, you don't need to drink. It's not necessary. I haven't had alcohol in years now. And I probably won't pick up alcohol ever again. It's just not worth it to me to get, like, to go out and, like, get, like, drunk. Like, especially now, especially being disabled, like, what am I gonna do? Like, get 3 sheets to the wind and try to, like, navigate around in my wheelchair? Like, that seems like a recipe for disaster. Could you imagine, like, trying to stumble, like, not stumble would be the wrong, wobble around in your wheelchair drunk, can't even, like, keep yourself going straight? What if I, like, get myself caught up on something or tip the chair over and fall out of it? Like, what if I hit a bump wrong? It just seems like a really bad idea. Exactly. Oh, wait. I already read that one. I've tried drinking excessively alone. Never again. Yeah. I've been down that rabbit hole a few times. Actually, the last time I drank by myself was right before I took my first dose of HRT. And I had just come out, like, socially as transgender. And I invited one of my friends to, like, spend, like, the day with me, like, for my birthday. And we were gonna cook, and I bought, like, alcohol, and, like, we had wine and whiskey, and, like, I had all these plans, and I was gonna cook, and we were gonna just spend, like, the day eating and drinking together. And then they're like, yeah, nah, I don't want to do that with you now. And I'm like, pretty much, like, for lack of a better phrase, I was like, fuck. So I have to spend my entire birthday alone. So, like, I made the really shitty decision of, like, cracking open that bottle of whiskey. And I was just like, well, a nip won't hurt in the morning, right? I'll take the edge off. And then the nip turned into 2 and then 3. And then next thing I know, I'm, like, 10 sheets to the wind by, like, frickin' 11:30 in the morning. Just absolutely hating life, crashing out, crying excessively all over the place. Like, it was just a bad time. Definitely. And like that was like the moment where I was like, really? 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 Because that was stupid and immature and a really dumb idea. And like it didn't solve anything and I feel worse. It didn't do anything for me. It made everything more bad. That's all it did. It didn't help me. It didn't make me feel less sad. It didn't make my friends want to come and spend time with me, right? It didn't make me less or more trans. It just made things worse. And that's at least the realization I made. And that's also like what was a big motivator to have me stop completely. Thanks for your idea for the community app. Well, your friendly mobile dev is out. Goodbye. Have a great day. And please, don't be afraid to follow up with me on that kind of stuff going forward. Like, I really try my best to keep on top of everything. I could drink a bottle of wine in one day, but I don't plan on ever exceeding that again. Unfortunately, I have like a really high tolerance to alcohol, so I could drink excessively very easily, which is also bad. Last time for me was 10 years ago. Oh, wow. I'm impressed. You're doing better than me. My sister's is the product of online forums and shit podcasts completely. Yeah, you got to be careful, especially on Reddit. I've fallen into the Reddit trap before, too. Like, those places are huge echo chambers. There's a reason I don't spend any time on Reddit anymore. It's because I value having my own opinion on things. I realized, probably maybe a little too late, but at least I made this realization, unlike 99% of the other people who are on Reddit. Think for yourselves, right? Think for yourselves, right? You shouldn't look at a comment and because the comment has like 1,000 upvotes next to it, oh, yep, they must be right. That must be the correct answer. That's just the most agreed upon answer in that particular community. It doesn't mean they're right. In fact, a lot of stuff on Reddit is just factually incorrect or just not, like, just far outside the basis of reality. And people just look at it like it's true because they read the headline, it got voted a bunch of times, and, like, a couple of top comments agree with it. The only subreddit I regularly check is /r/amore, which is completely apolitical by its nature. I mean, like I said, niche, small, like, subreddits are probably fine. But, like, Reddit overall has changed so much, like, from what it used to be. And Reddit was never great to begin with. There was a time where it got kind of okay-ish, but, like, it's never been a great platform. Like, retrospectively, like, looking back at, like, the time I spent there and, like, yeah, I really wish, like, I picked other social media to spend my time with. Annie, welcome to the stream. I quit Reddit a couple months ago and my mental health has improved almost. I've been off Reddit for years now. I still have a Reddit username and I have a subreddit park for obvious reasons, right? Like I created a new username and I created a subreddit there just so that somebody wouldn't like create something outside of my control. So I own the official Reign subreddit. But if you actually go to my new Reddit profile and like my new like subreddit, I don't really use Reddit. I just kind of filled stuff up there just to kind of like let it be known that this is like where things are for the community. We have a couple of moderators there, but like there's really not much that goes on in that. And I try to explain to people that it's not like a Reddit community. It's just our community that happens to be on Reddit. It's just an extension of the Reign's Refuge community. Truth is not consensus. Exactly. You want to see like one of the worst echo chambers on Reddit? Go to /r super stonk. It is insane how bad the echo chamber is there. I'll type it out for you. /r super stonk. I am not even joking when I say it is like, it is basically a cult of Ryan Cohen, who is like the CEO and the chairman for GameStop. And these people basically just worship GameStop and Ryan Cohen. It's like the mental gymnastics that like go on in that particular subreddit is insane. And what's even worse about it too is that people believe it so much they're willing to put their actual hard-earned dollars up towards these ideas, which I just, yeah, that's not, yeah, it's bad. Don't listen to her. She was a super stalker. She's a spy. Listen, I will admit that I used to hang out on Wall Street bets, but I will, like, super stalk was like a whole other thing. That was like a whole other thing. That like evolved out of like a bunch of people who ended up holding on to those shares. Oh no, is the GameStop thing still going? I hope it's not. I really hope at this point in time, those people have let go of that idea because the short squeeze ended years ago. It's not coming back. It was a one-time thing. I'm sorry. I hate to break that news to anybody who believes in that, but like, if you're holding on hope that GameStop is going to short squeeze again anytime soon, that's just not how markets work. I used to do trading once upon a time. I don't anymore, but anyways. GameStop wants to buy eBay. Yeah, yet they have no money for it. It's not that I don't follow up on this, because like I said, I used to do trading, right? So it's like I know how to read into this stuff, right? And all GameStop has is a strongly worded letter from a bank that says we might finance this deal, maybe, kind of, sort of. We're thinking about it. We're really thinking hard about giving GameStop some money to buy eBay, but we're not 100% sure. And then Ryan Cohen went to the news and was like, performed one of the worst interviews I've ever seen in my entire life to try to explain why this is a good idea. Did not explain anything to anybody or how they're actually going to pay for this. And yet, if you go and you look at the people in that subreddit, they're like, yep, that was the greatest interview ever. He sure showed the mainstream media by, like, not saying or explaining anything. Like, it's, like, the mental gymnastics are, like, ridiculous there. They can borrow, but they can't afford to buy eBay. They don't have the money for it. Can we, like... None of the ideas that Ryan Cohen has brought to the table have ever panned out. I'm sorry, but, like, I mean, for a very short time, like, when he first took over the company, I thought, like, oh, yeah, this is a great move. Like, what a great decision, because look at what Ryan Cohen did with Chewy, and Chewy is such a great business, right? Chewy is a profitable online business that cares about your pets, right? In theory, anyways. That's the business model they go for. So it makes sense, and, like, did lead a good company, right? So excited to bring that kind of energy to GameStop, but like that dream is over now. Obviously the results have spoken for themselves, at least in my opinion. Sorry, I know unfortunately a little bit too much about trading. Don't get me talking too much about finance. Unfortunately, conspiracy theories don't die. The GameStop / MOAS thing, they've got going, will keep going for long after. Just like the JFK and moon landing conspiracy. Okay, and for those who don't know what the MOAS is, it's the mother of all short squeezes. And that's like the thing that they believe in. They didn't think that the short squeeze was the short squeeze. They think there is a mother of all short squeezes coming. Like that the house of cards is finally going to fall down and GameStop's like their lottery ticket to the moon. Wait, I'm sorry. What is GameStop? It's a brick and mortar video game retailer that was more popular when I was a teenager. But it's just a regular business. They just sell game consoles and video games and video game accessories. And they do sell them online, and it mostly in brick and mortar stores. I'm kind of shocked a few of you actually know about the GameStop short squeeze. I'm impressed. She doesn't believe that dinosaurs were real or they were hunted to extinction in the wait. Or they were hunted to extinction in the late Bronze Age. So wait. She believes that, like, we were riding on, like, the back of saber-toothed tigers, like, hunting down dinosaurs or something as humans? Yes. I remember the times when humans used to roam the fields and hunt down velociraptors for a hearty meal. I'm sorry. It's a little ridiculous. Mainstream, not mainstream. Yeah, it's a video game retailer. That's the best summary. There was a video documentary on the GameStop conspiracy theory by Folding Ideas that goes into the history a bit. That's where all my information up. So my information on it comes from observation because I was on. All right, so here's let me explain what had happened. So during the pandemic, I remember seeing some crazy stuff going on with the stock market, and everybody else, I didn't have anything to do, and I was like, whoa, that's crazy. What's going on with the stock market? I don't know anything about the stock market, right? So I, being a Redditor, decided to go on Wall Street Bets of all places to start looking things up. And of course that's a really bad source of information, right? But it's goofy, it's memey. So I kept it in my subscription feed of subreddits that I'd follow. And I kept kind of studying the stock market, learning about the fundamentals of day trading. I got a textbook about it. I did it my own research. I learned how to do technical analysis, so I know how to draw on the charts, read them. I know how to interpret that data and stuff like that. And at the time, I remember a lot of folks talking about GameStop, and the original conversation about it was shitting all over GameStop and about how it was never gonna do anything, and it was such a bad idea to buy that stock. And I kind of was in the mindset of everybody else. I was yeah, that's stupid. GameStop's obviously a failing company, right? Until one day in January, and the price just shot up everywhere, and pretty much everybody else, I'm looking at this and I'm well, guess I was wrong. Time to buy some GameStop. And just around that time too, I'd gotten a stipend from the government for the from the pandemic, so I didn't even spend my own money on it. I just went and bought everything with the stipend. And that is how I got myself sucked into the short squeeze. I bought in around I don't know, 80, 90 bucks a share. It wasn't the best price, but I was a little late to the party. Not as late as some people. I heard some people were buying up to 350 bucks a share. That's ridiculous. That's insanity. I can't believe some people actually did that. BlackRock, no, I don't trust any hedge fund. Especially Citadel. I hate Citadel. People are still buying into... Really? Really? I mean, everybody should know. The only part of, this... And I'm not talking about Tesla specifically at this point, but I am talking about, in general, the whole SpaceX thing, which is, tangentially related to Tesla, right? But it's, there's nothing going on in that company. It's all fluff. We haven't figured it out by now that consistently lies about, what's actually going to happen there. It's overvalued. Mainstream isn't mainstream anymore. It's all over the place. A lot of misinformation. Legacy media isn't excluded from it. Facts. I mean, like, that's why, like, I've always told people, and this advice applies not just to trading, but like to everything in your life. Do your own due diligence. Read different opinions. And not only just read different opinions, but read opposing opinions with an open mind. Not necessarily because you want to agree with them, but just so that you have all the information to make a proper decision. It's a really healthy thing to read something that goes against your views sometimes, because it, at least, if for nothing else, will arm you with the knowledge of like what your opponents will start speaking about when they come to talk to you about these subjects. It's a lot easier to have a debate with someone when you already know their common debate topics. If you're educated in the thing that they're speaking about, it's easier for you to point out the issues with their argument. So you shouldn't just read things that like go along with your preconceived notions, because that's bad. Challenging ideas and having different opinions on things is a very healthy and good thing. There was a video doc. Oh wait, I already read that one. They don't want to think for themselves, and they believe whatever you sell them on. When they become stubborn because, one, they don't want to look stupid. Yeah, that's what ends up happening to a lot of people. You end up, like, offending them, and they end up getting mad because it's not because... I mean, like, I know exactly. They don't want to look stupid. Nobody wants to look stupid. Does anybody want to look stupid for believing in something? Nobody wants to feel dumb, like their idea or the thing that they believe in is dumb. Even if you point out, like, all the logical fallacies that are associated with it, right? At the end of the day, they don't want to feel dumb for believing it. So they'll get defensive. What's also been useful for me is keeping track of where I got certain... That's actually a really good idea. I don't do that often enough, I'll be honest with you. I get all my ideas and opinions from the cult of rain? I mean, what? Hey, listen. This isn't a cult. It's an association of cuties that, you know, are trying to be more positive with each other. Oh, I'm not part of the secret cult. That's probably a good thing. Once a month, I look at a political extremist debate to remind myself why I don't like that. Alright, so, like, even though I personally don't, like, bring up politics too much and discuss politics too much, like, because it's really bad for my mental health, just being real about it. But I do keep on top of it. I do make sure that I'm, like, in the know, but I'm very selective about, like, where I get my sources of information to make sure that they're factual, they're well-sourced, and they're unbiased and free of opinion. So, like, I never go to CNN, never go to MSNBC, don't go to Fox News. I don't get my news from there. I am very selective. Like, one of my favorite news sources is Democracy Now! If you're not familiar with Democracy Now!, I'll drop a link to their YouTube channel. They're really good. That is like a really great source of news information if you're looking for unbiased news. Now, they are left-leaning, right? But I think most people here are going to be totally fine with left-leaning news outlets, right? But Amy Goodman does a very good job of trying to be unbiased and try to present the things as factually as they can be presented. A commune? I mean, a community of like-minded individuals. Hashtag not a cult. But yeah, if you really like want to check that out, that is like where I will get a lot of my like day-to-day news information. It's a free news source. It's always been free. That's what I love about it. Obviously, Democracy Now! I have, like, real no association with them other than I've just, like, always have appreciated their news coverage. But I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot being on Reddit. I've learned about the echo chambers. I've seen an echo chamber form in real time, right? Like, that was one of the reasons why I got off Reddit. I'm like, I'm done with this place. This is like, this is insanity. We need to ford a rain chamber. That actually sounds kind of fun. I'm going to invent a special shower, and I'm going to call it the rain chamber. The rain barrel? The rain gun. How many things could you put in front of, like... How many adjectives or weird things can we come up associated with my name? What's so funny, I especially love... I've been meaning to do this meme for a while now. By taking, like, a bunch of, like, stuff that is said on the weather and make, like, a, like... Almost like a promo trailer, like, with my, like... For my own content. Just as a joke, though. Make it sound, like, super serious, over the top. Like, have, like, a bunch of reporters, like, come in and say, like, bad things about rain. Massive rainstorm sweeping over the nation, right? Like, stuff like that, just to be goofy. How's everybody feeling this week, though? Honestly, I mean, if you've seen the title of my stream, obviously I'm still kind of burnt out from, like, everything. But how's everybody doing? Y'all holding up okay? Listen, if I'm willing to admit I'm burnt out, it's okay to admit you're burnt out, too. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, drink rainwater instead! I don't know if that's any better, but sure! I like where you're going with it. I'm doing great, that's good. I'm glad you are. What's been good about your week? Can you all name one good thing that's happened this week? I'll do my best to name something too, just to try to be positive. Let's all try to name, like, one good thing that has happened to us this week. My week has been pretty chaotic. It's a mixed bag. Yeah, it's always good to try to look at the cup half full. We take it one rainy stream at a time. I'm exhausted after playing Satisfactory for 3 weeks straight, but I'm slowly recharging. Feeling tired, especially in this heat. Crazy Krita, it's good to see you. How was your shopping trip? The one thing I am thankful for this week is... having my drawing stuff all set up so that I could just draw. Everything is where it needs to be now, so, like, all I have to do is just grab the pens and the pencils and the paper. And it doesn't matter if I want to do it digitally or if I want to do it on, like, traditional media, right? Like, I have every single one of my art things within reach. The only thing I can't do at my desk now is paint, which I wouldn't want to anyways, because that would I'd get paint I know me, I'd get paint all over everything. But aside from, like, doing, like, actual, like, acrylic paints and stuff like that, or watercolor paints, like, I've got everything I need to do any type of art that I want right here on my desk, and I could draw anytime I want. So, despite how exhausted I am, despite all the negative feelings and all, like, the exhaustion I've been suffering from recently and all the pain in my neck, probably from overdoing it way too much, at least I have that. At least I have that set up for me, and being able to draw when I want to draw has been good. In a sea of bad, that has been, like, the one good thing that I'm really happy I did. Hey Rain, I found out there's a multiplayer build of Cave Story freeway version. You can create rooms that... Ooh. Oh wait, I heard about Cave Story. I just heard about it not too long ago, though. I can't remember where I was checking it out, though. I'm trying to remember where I saw that. And I was like, ooh, wait, I need to circle back on that. One good thing, we finished fixing up the door. Yay! I've been getting along better this week with someone I had some beef with. That's good. Another positive thing, I've had to see more of my ex-partner recently. And things used to be very emotional regarding that. And I saw them yesterday. And they said something to me that I did get a little ranty with them on it, but, like, I didn't, like, get upset over the comment, and I'm kind of glad that I'm starting to, like, let go of the overall, like, issues I have with them. I kind of wish, like, they wouldn't have those kind of opinions, but there's really not much I could do about that. They mentioned again offhand about, like, how AI art is good, and I'm just like, I really can't handle that coming out of somebody's mouth. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say something, but, like, I said less than I normally do. I just let it go, because it's just, like, it's not even worth, like, having the conversation with them anymore. So I just, like, kind of just left it at, like, well, you know, the only reason it's perfect, it's because it's just a prediction of everybody else's art it's stolen. But, you know, yeah, sure, if you want to call that perfection, yeah, go with that. Sure, whatever. And, like, I just, like, kind of just dropped it. We have seen Range streaming today. That was great. Really helped with my mental... And that's why I don't, like, want to miss out on live streams. Because being here is a positive thing for me more often than not. More often than not. It's a two-way street. Being around the community, talking about positive things, having conversations about art, or just, like anything, really. Like, you know, I mean, like, we did talk a little bit of politics today and stuff like that, right? But, like, you know, we had fun. Finally done with my 40-hour internship, kind of burned out from that as well. Well, that is at least a positive thing to look at, right? Like, yes, it was tough, but now it's over with. To be honest, I'm kind of on the fence about whether or not I want to... So I've got some paperwork I've got to take care of with my ex-partner, and that's why we've had to meet up and, like, discuss things from time to time. And I'm still on the fence of whether or not how much I want to be friends with them or, like, keep in contact with them once this is all said and done. Just because, like, a lot of the stuff, like, we're just not on the same page on a lot of things. And I'm just wondering if it's just not going to be good for my mental health to keep them in my life or not. Like, but I don't also want to just throw away a potential friendship with somebody that I've known for years. But it's like, can we even be friends? Like, especially when they, like, have such jarring and sharp opposing opinions to like, what I believe in. It's like, I like them as a person, but some of the shit that comes out of their mouth is unreal sometimes. And I'm just like, what? How could you honestly think and believe that? I can't believe I even, like, used to say I was in love with this person, you know? But, you know, I guess... you know, like any girl, I mean, like, you know, hey, we always fall for the wrong people, right? OMFG, I just realized I was watching the stream with a 5-minute delay. It's okay. I did that the other day when I was watching Leon's stream. I have no idea for how long. I feel that. I know you do. Yeah. I mean, it's tough, though. Like, when you step back, right, and you really look at, like, what it was, like, obviously I'd never get back into a relationship with them again, right? But it's like, it's tough. I also, like, have a penchant for, like, trying to hold on to relationships and friendships and stuff like that, even if maybe it's not the best idea. It's kind of a personal failing for me. Not that it's a failing to try to, like, keep relationships going, but sometimes I put, like, way too much effort into stuff that really doesn't deserve the effort, especially if the other person's not really, like, going along with it. Bad advice. Don't cut them out, but let the friendship fade away naturally. So here's the thing. I kind of doing that now. I don't go out of my way to text them. I don't go out of my way to communicate with them. I don't send them, like, copies of my art. I don't send them any of my drawings or talk to them, like, about, like, what I do on my channel or anything. Not that they care. They never cared. They've never cared about my YouTube channel. I mean, like, they've been around this entire time and know it exists and know I do art, but do you think, like, they actually care about my art? No, because AI makes perfect art, and that's what they think. Like, my art's just never going to be as good as the AI's art. Why enjoy my art when the computer could just make a drawing for you that's perfect already? And I hate that. I'm sorry, I keep going back to that, but it's just like, I can't believe that shit came out of their mouth. And you know what they'll say? Like, when I used to show them my drawing, and this was years ago, right? But, like, they would say, just like, it's okay. Your drawings are okay. And it's like, well, thanks for giving it a 2-second look over and giving me absolutely no value or positive feedback whatsoever. So glad we're in a relationship. God, that was well over 2 years ago. I do agree with you, though. I've been doing that. Like I said, the only reason I'm really in contact with them anymore is just to kind of go over some paperwork stuff that we have to take care of. And once that's all said and done and we've settled our little dispute legally, everything will be fine. And we've already settled it, so it's just a matter of just filing the paperwork and just, you know, going our separate ways. And without, like, getting overly into it, the thing that we're trying to figure out is that we bought land together. And we have, like, a co-ownership on it, but I don't want the land anymore. So I need them to, like, make a statement, a written statement that they are going to make a, like, I needed them to, like, agree to a purchase agreement. And that needs to be filed. And things need to be legally added and removed off of, like, deeds and, like, land ownership, like, paperwork and shit like that. And yeah, it's complicated, unfortunately. I checked out the skin the multiplayer Cave Story has. It has Niku, Madeline, Amori, and a lot of other skins. Oh, that's cool. Like I said, I have to circle back around to Cave Story because I can't remember where I saw it, but I saw something about it recently, and I was like, that seemed interesting to me. Look, we ain't friends. I could be a battering ram. I came in like a wrecking... I'm just kidding. God, I can't sing to save my life. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired again. Don't mind the long pause. I just kind of needed a minute. You know, I know this will be shocking to some people, but it can be a little exhausting to come up and talk for 2 hours straight sometimes. Especially when you're already really tired. I put in the effort the other person puts, and they kill the friendship. It usually ends on their terms. So that happened to me a lot, like when I came out as trans. A lot of the people that they said they were fine with everything. They stay in contact with me, and guess how many of them actually did? Almost none of them. Almost none of them. Almost none of them, including my former best friend, who still never replied to my, last 3 text messages, including the one where I was like, oh, hey, guess what? My YouTube community donated a wheelchair to me. That one still kind of makes me sad sometimes. And I think about, sometimes still reaching out to him and, just being like, yo, remember me? But it's like, what's the point? They're just going to ignore the text message again, and then I'm just going to be sitting around, and I'm going to be checking it again, and I'm going to be looking, and they're not going to respond to it, right? I already know the mental health pitfall that, leads to, right? And just go, oh, today's the day. They're probably going to reply back or call me, and they never do. I mean, at this point, realistically, it's been literally a year. A year now since the last time I've sent them a text message, and they haven't still replied to it. And it's so much for being best friends our entire lives, right? I only got to see their son one time. I thought I was gonna be their godparent. That's kind of what was gonna happen. Anyways, it's not important. You know, I bought for when his son was born, I bought all the diapers they would need, for that kid's entire childhood, because I still had some money back then. So for their baby shower, I'm a very practical person, so I was like, don't you worry. You ain't ever gonna have to buy a single diaper for this kid. And I just went out and I just bought, oh my god, so many diapers for them. For every variety too. So not just for when they're babies and infants, right? I went up the line and I was like, okay, we'll get it for this age group and this age group and this age group. Grab a couple packs for that. Grab a couple packs there, right? And I'm like, hey, if you don't use all these diapers, just donate them to somebody else, right? It's not like they expire. So, welcome to the stream. Cave Story multiplayer is basically this whole freeware version of the game, but you can play it with your friends or chat. They even have a Team Fortress 2-ish game mode of Capture the Flag. That's fun. Doing well, I hope. I am up and down this week. More down than up. But I figured, at least if I'm honest about it this time, at least trying not to completely blow everything off. Or completely crash out. I'm just tired. I haven't been feeling well. I mean, there's been a lot that's been going on the past couple of months, and I think it's all finally catching up with me. And I mean, I do push myself pretty hard, even being somebody who has to be in a wheelchair. I end up doing an excessive amount of things sometimes, probably too much. But I hate being, useless. So I end up doing, probably way more than I should, just to kind of, remind myself that I'm not useless. It's been 5 years for me with my best friend for over 50. I know. That's so sad. So I understand where you're coming from. I really do. Because, like, this particular person, I met them in high school. We used to be neighbors. We lived in the same neighborhood. They would come over to my house every weekend, and we'd play video games, and we'd hang out. And for a while, they were my only friend. They are the reason why I got, like, even socially invited to anything. If they didn't bring me along, I wouldn't have, like, even, like, gone to any social events growing up as a teenager or anything. They're the only one who wanted to be friends with me when I was a teenager, like, consistently. And not just be, like, friends, but, like, best friends. They spent probably, like, our teenage years, they probably spent more time at my place than even their own house. It was hard to distinguish, like, my room became, like, half a collection of, like, his belongings just because he would come over and, like, set up his video games and bring over his beanbag chair and his blankets and, like, his toys that we would share and stuff like that. His movies. Like, I'm pretty sure some of the VHSs I have in my collection still are, like, his VHSs he never took back. People who can dump you like that aren't worth being friends with. And, well, like, for me, it's an especially flimsy, like, reason because I made it a point to go out of my way and have this conversation with them in person. I didn't look the best, but I dressed the part. I dressed up as a girl. And I came out to them in person, and they told me to my face that they were fine with it, and that they accepted it, and they understood, and they asked me questions about it, and about why I made this decision, and how long I felt this way, and, like, I really thought everything was good. I really did. I really thought everything was gonna be fine. I was like, okay, this is good. This is good. This is a good thing. This is a good thing, right? And then just, yeah, after that, it's just, like, ghosted. I don't even know if they'd recognize me at this point. Nobody seems to recognize me anymore. Shockingly, growing up in this town, being here my entire life, and Anna can attest to this because she spends a lot of time with me now. Nobody walks up to me and says, wow, you look really familiar. Are you so-and-so, or are you related to so-and-so? Nobody does that. Nobody has a frickin' idea who I am. I don't know if that, like, is a testament to, like, how successful my transition is. Or maybe just people just didn't like me that much. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's a mixed bag. I've never had a close friend. Interestingly, it's always in groups. Well, hopefully in our community, you can finally start developing those close friendships, because before I did content creation, I've brought this up so many times to so many people, so you probably have heard me say this before, right? But, like, when I was in the hospital, I still pretty much, like, the only real friend I had was, like, the friend that I've been talking about this whole time. And they were the only friend who came to visit me in the hospital during the accident. And I wanted more than anything, right? Like, I made a wish in the hospital, and I didn't wish to be famous on YouTube, and I didn't wish to become a VTuber, and I didn't wish to be able to make cool content, even though that's kind of like a dream of mine, right? I didn't wish to become an artist. Do you know what I wished for? Friends. I just want friends. I just want a way to make friends and meet people and, like, get out there. Because I was really lonely in the hospital. It's not a fun experience, so, you know. And I didn't have a lot of visitors. You know who sent me flowers when I was in the hospital? My company. That's it. I got a card from my boss. And then my former best friend came and visited me one time. And then he came back at the end of my stay to come pick me up from the hospital, but he didn't come visit me any other time. Considering that one picture you showed me, no one could ever recognize you from before. It is pretty ridiculous. I ended up showing Anna, like, what I consider one of my worst transition photos from, like, when I first started transitioning. It's shocking how different I look from, like, then and now. Like, a completely different person. HRT is a hell of a drug. Estrogen is a hell of a drug. I'm glad all of this community brings us all together. You know, like, no matter what happens, it doesn't matter if my channel gets 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 subscribers. That's, you know, that's great. That helps my dream of being, like, successful on this platform. But the one thing I'm really happy about is that I've created a positive community where other people can also make friends, get those connections, share their art, and feel safe in a place doing it. Because I was never able to find those things before. So I'm glad I was able to create something that everybody else can look at too and go, oh yeah, I'd love to hang out there. I'd love to spend my time there too. Cappy, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, my friend. Kingdom Hearts has a lot of good quotes that hits the heart. No pun intended. That's actually one of Anna's favorite game series. I also played it a bit too, growing up. Not as extensively as my sister did. She had, like, all the games for it. Also, a reminder, if you need to take your medication or get some water, this is a good time. I just took my HRT. Gotta do it before I forget. I've been bad about that recently just because my head's all over the place. Like, I'm usually, like, really on it when it comes to taking my medications on time and taking my vitamins every morning and stuff like that. And just, like, recently, I've just not been doing the best with that. Kingdom Hearts 2 was the best in the series, despite how insane the plot was. This community is nearly the full extent of my social life. Since my best friend cut contact, we didn't really socialize until this community. Aww. I mean, I hate to say this too, but, like, same. Because, like, before you all showed up and decided, like, this was the place you wanted to spend your time, I mean, it was empty, right? This place is only special because you all looked at it and was like, wow, I like that. I'm going to hang out there. You all seem really cool and fun, right? But, like, it doesn't work without all of you, right? So that's what makes it really special, is not that I just made it. Like, anybody can make anything, right? Like, anybody can make any Discord server and whatever, right? What makes it special is the people who show up there. And not just the people who show up there, but continue the values that we all basically agree on there. That we want it to be a safe space, that we want it to be open for everybody, that we want it to be a place where we can share our ideas, our thoughts openly, and share the things that we create together in a safe environment where there isn't going to be overly harsh criticism that's, like, poorly directed, or there's going to be a bunch of transphobic people in there and stuff like that, right? There's nothing wrong with constructive criticism. I'm fully open to everybody doing constructive criticism, but, like, I am so glad that there's pretty much no toxic people in the community. The very few that did try to be toxic, we kindly asked them to leave the community, which was for the best. I'm very disconnected from console game. I don't really console game anymore. I got burned way too hard on the Xbox 360. And before that, it was the PlayStation 2. I am no, you're not, Dark Raven. We've been friends for years. The only thing toxic from you, my friend, is your excessive self-criticism towards your own music. You make beautiful music. If your music wasn't good, I wouldn't use it in my YouTube videos. I'm being real about it, right? Like, I'm just for real. Like, I'm trying to put up, like, a good production thing. Like, why would I use music if it was just... You know what I mean? Right? Like, own it. Own the fact that you've got some good music. I need to improve it. Yeah, I need to improve my art, too. I do have some good drawings. Like, 90% of my art is not great, right? But, like, there's 10% where I could be like, yeah, this is a really good drawing. I did a great job here. I mean, anything needs improvement, right? That's one of the goals of life, I think, is to just constantly self-improve. I listen to your Vox Libre music to relax sometimes. I mean, half of the music on this live stream is either Vox Libre music made by Dark Raven. Yeah, I mean, like, literally half the music here is your music that we listen to on the live stream every day. The way everything being expensive in modern gaming, I'm glad to have a few old DS systems. I've been playing the crap out of them now. I like retro gaming. That's kind of like why I also like open source, because a lot of open source folks seem to program like retro style games and stuff like that. I don't know if that's like an ease of access thing or if they just put like doing that in general, but like I'm all about that. Thanks, it means a lot. Of course, my brother. Oh, I also picked up the DS again recently. I gave my youngest sister my Nintendo DS, my original one. I don't know what she did with that. She also has my Super Mario Brothers wallet from like when I was little. I think she still uses it as her real wallet. Kirby is great. Kirby's Dream Land. The first time I ever played a Kirby game was on Game Boy. I liked that game a lot. That was fun. Yoshi's Cookie was fun when I was growing up. I played a lot of Tetris. Trying to think of some like really early Game Boy games that I used to play a lot of. I used to play, and I know this is stupid. I hated this game, by the way. I used to play 7-Up Spot's Cool Adventure on Game Boy. It was a platformer. Super Mario Brothers for the Game Boy. I think it was like 2, Super Mario Adventure 2 or so. I can't remember how exactly they titled it. I had that game. I played that for a bit, but I wasn't super into Game Boy until Pokemon came out. When Pokemon came out, oh my god, me and my sister were freaking glued to our Game Boys all the time. That's all we wanted to do was play Pokemon. And then, oh, Skeleton Box, welcome! I'm sorry if I missed you earlier. Well, not even the Sega Genesis version of Cool Spots Adventures. Wait, they had a Sega version? I had a Sega Genesis. I didn't even know they made it for that. I just remembered, Rain, there's also a multiplayer version of Super Mario 64. You know how many, like, forums I used to read as a kid? And they'd be like, you can unlock the multiplayer version of Super Mario 64 if you do all this crazy shit. And me and my sister would spend hours trying to unlock like Luigi and Yoshi. And like, we even like tried to find Wario one time because somebody like made this crazy post about how you're supposed to go through like Peach's secret slide, and if you like jump off at the right moment, it like loads you into another level where you can find like all these like hidden characters and stuff. Hi, new here. Stumbled across your stream while I was looking for something to watch while I practice my guitar, and I've had a similar experience with my best friend. Oh, Dark, welcome to the stream. Hope you don't mind me calling you that. If you got another name preference, I'd be happy to call you that as well. I'm sorry you had to go through something similar. It's never fun to be ghosted like that, especially like when that person tells you, like, yeah, we're cool. And then you find out, yeah, we're really not. But that's okay. Someone did make a fan version of unlocking Waluigi with Super Mario 64 DS that's playable. I remember too, there was a couple of games that I really wanted to be multiplayer growing up, and they were kind of multiplayer, but like my vision of them was like way more like in depth. So like I heard about the link cable and being able to like trade Pokemon and stuff like that, and being able to do like the trainer battles, and of course I did that. I participated in that. Who didn't, right? Like, that was the whole point. I remember begging my parents, please, one of you buy me, like, the frickin' link cable so that we could, like, battle and trade our Pokemon, right? But, like, what I was really hoping for was that, like, you could go into somebody else, like, join their game. I know, like, the Game Boy wouldn't have been able to handle this, right? But, like, the way I imagined it growing up was, like, you could join their game and you could both, like, play together in like their world, but like in the Game Boy version, like the old school Game Boy version, right? And you could walk around and you could do like trainer battles together and stuff. And I guess they ended up doing that in later games, right? But like when I was really little, I dreamed about that so much, and I was like, how cool would it be if I'd be able to join somebody's game and like just run up to them and like we could do like a Pokemon battle, and it'd be like more like, you know, less staged, you know, like more like random. It's like, aha, I have snuck into your game and I'm here to challenge you. More like that. I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool. I really wanted The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time to be multiplayer. I remember spending a lot of time in Zora's Domain as Kid Link because I read somewhere online that if you do a bunch of crazy stuff there that you can unlock the multiplayer mode. It's not real. The one thing I never got, experience was the e-card thing for GBA. I don't think I ever messed with that too. You know what I ended up having though? The Game Boy camera. I remember having that. That was a lot of fun. Even on like the black and white screen without like the Game Boy Color, it was still really cool. Well, guess what they're remaking? Ocarina of Time. I'm less excited about that, to be honest with you. There are very few remakes that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm so glad they're remaking that game. Like, unless the original was so, like, janky and broken and poorly programmed. Like, I'm happy when they remake some of the Resident Evil games and they switch away from the tank controls. Because, like, that game should have never been programmed with tank controls, in my opinion. So, like, I'm fine with stuff like that if you're going to improve the game without changing it. But like what I see more often than not is like an artistic reimagining of the concept, and then they start messing with things that they really shouldn't be messing with there and changing things, and it's like, oh, we forgot to add this like B plot line that we originally intended, and it's like, but that wasn't part of the final product. I don't know, maybe I'm just a traditionalist. Maybe I just like really enjoyed like the experiences I had growing up, but like most remakes, with few exceptions, I'm not the biggest fan of. Not to say that some aren't really good, but like more often than not, I'm more like, eh. There was a hyperscan console that was all about scanning I remember that. I also remember when the Virtual Boy came out and they had it at Toys R Us. And I sat there and played it for like 15 minutes on like their little demo thing. And it gave me like the worst migraine of my entire life. Well, all right, maybe not my entire life, but at least my entire childhood. That thing was brutal. And I was so excited about it too, because I was like, yay, VR, we can finally do virtual reality. And I'm like, wow, virtual reality sucks. This isn't what VR Troopers told me it was going to be. Yeah, oh, hold on, wait. I know what Gomic's talking about. Hold on, let me find it. Hyperscan game console. For anybody who didn't know, I think it was made by Tiger Electronics. It was really bad. But I'll pull up a picture for anybody who's not familiar with that piece. It was made by Mattel. Here you go. Here's the Hyperscan. Whoa! Look at that. Doesn't that look like a gaming console you want to, like... Doesn't that look like a gaming console that was built with quality, care, and love? I'm sure it's just not two pieces of cheaply folded plastic that are hinged together with some shiny red plastic. That is, like, the weakest attempt at a gaming console, like... At least in my childhood, I know they do worse now. Like, we're part of the slop era. You can find it. This is a dime a dozen. But this was especially bad in the 90s compared to, like, the Sega or anything else. Like, this didn't even qualify as a console. What these were, honestly, like, really what these were is they were literally designed to, like, just trick adults that didn't know any better. Like, and my mom was like this for a while, too, when we were growing up. She didn't know anything. She didn't know the difference between, like, what is a real game console and what wasn't. As far as she was concerned, if it's a video game, it's a video game. Oh, Tiger Electronics handhelds? Those are games. Buy games. Yeah, kids like games. I remember explaining to my mom why... we each needed to have our own particular copy of Pokemon Red and Blue because, like, that's the way the game is set up. And it's like, you can't just buy us one and we share it. I could stick that in my pocket. I'm going to go eat breakfast. One thing about Super Mario 64... Co-op DX, you can add skin mods like Teto. Wait, you can play as Teto? Okay, wait, I'm definitely interested in this now. Be Mattel, make the Intellivision, it is beloved, do nothing else for 3 decades, and then shit out the Hyperscan. The Intellivision wasn't that bad, but I'm gonna be honest, I've never experienced it. I had the ColecoVision. The ColecoVision. Does anybody remember the ColecoVision? Hold on, wait, because this is technically Raid's first gaming console was this. Okay, because, like, when we were younger, before we got the Super Nintendo, when somebody bought us the Super Nintendo, we ended up having this. Wait, did I just, like, minimize my avatar by accident? Whoops. Anyways, we had the ColecoVision. Also, I'm sorry, I got distracted there for a second. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for stopping by. So this is what I had. My mom bought it at a garage sale. It wasn't bad. There was a couple of games that we had for it that were really good. Cubert was one of them. I used to play so much Cubert all the time. It was so much fun. And, like, this Hubert on the ColecoVision was a good setup. Like, that was a game that was specifically designed for the hardware that it needed to be played on. It worked well with the gamepad. Like, even though that's a very awkward controller, I'm not even gonna like pretend that it wasn't weird, right? Like, it's really weird to play on that controller still to this day. Oh, and by the way, you hold it like vertically with the joystick on the top and the number pad on the bottom. You don't hold it like a traditional gaming controller, right? That's not how this works. You have to hold it up and down like that. Super Teto 64. I could do an entire... I'll do a playthrough like that. If I can get it to work and we can stream it, we will do Super Teto 64. But we have to mod in the voices to be Kasane Teto. Like, if we're gonna do it, it has to be done right. So I'm gonna go through and change all the sound, like the sound files too. Oh my god, here's something I haven't seen in a long time. Wow, what a flashback. Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one who knows the pain of this console. It wasn't that bad. But the thing that made this particular experience bad growing up is that the connection for this was like one of those old style, like coax cable ones. Now, in modern days, we have built like ways to like quick connect onto coax connections, and we have like proper screws and stuff. I don't know what they were thinking when they designed like the connection thing, but it was like not good and it didn't really work. So we always had to like use aluminum foil in between like that and like the coax connection to like get it to connect properly. I don't know why, but I just remember my mom just balling up tinfoil back there, and she's like, look, I got it to work. And the picture would like barely show up on channel 3. This is back in the ye olden days, like when we were playing this on my great-grandma's like wood grain television with the manual dials you had to click in. From some like television from like the late 60s, early 70s or something, because my great-grandmother just kept everything. For the longest time growing up, we had a microwave, I kid you not, from like 1985. And it was like all manual dials and stuff. Didn't it have the devil's pitchforks as the AVG? So I think that's what it was originally. And again, I was very young, but I don't recall that being a thing. What I recall is that my mom had to ball up tinfoil around the connection and then just like basically force this like coax thing into the back of the TV. So what I think really what it was is that somebody like cut the connector like to make it a more modern connection, and like it, I don't know if it just didn't work well, but like I remember the end of the wire just being like a ball of tinfoil that basically barely hung onto the back of the television. I'll have to ask her about that, but that's kind of a stretch asking her to remember, because yeah, that's kind of tough. And sadly, when the neighborhood kid got Nintendo Entertainment System, he wouldn't let me play because girls don't play video games. That's not true at all. It's our younger siblings who don't get to play video games. Anybody who's been the younger sibling or has a younger sibling is gonna know that statement is true. It was a really bad connect. I'm gonna say this. Most of my memories of like playing ColecoVision was like with the television being very rainbowy and the connection not being very good. But again, my mom couldn't afford an NES for us. So I'm pretty sure somebody eventually gifted us their Nintendo when they bought a Super Nintendo. And then I want to say my dad, like one of the few things he bought for us growing up was a Super Nintendo. I don't actually remember where the Super Nintendo came from. And then I remember my mom saved up a lot of money one year and ended up buying us a Sega Genesis for Christmas. And it was like the only Christmas gift we got. That and like a couple games for it. And she's like, she made a like kind of a joke out of it. So I'll tell the story. So obviously, like, that was like one of the like only things that she could really afford for like Christmas, right? So like come Christmas morning, there wasn't really anything under the tree. Just our stockings were filled when we woke up. And she like kind of played a joke with us, and she's like, "Oh, I'm really sorry." She's like, "I'm really sorry, but Santa told me that he dropped his like Christmas bag and like he wasn't able to deliver the present. He's really sorry about that." And we're a little bummed out, right? But we had candy, so we were fine with that, right? And then my mom's just like, "Oh, wait, hold on a second. I forgot he did leave this one thing for me to give to you." And then she like whipped out the box from behind her back, and it was the Sega. And like we didn't care. That was like the only thing we got. That was like what we wanted. I mean, at that point in my childhood, though, like, without being aware that we were poor, I kind of was already realizing that, like, we were poor. We were poor. I've always realized we're poor, like, pretty much from a young age. I grew up being, like, one of those kids that would, like, tell my mom, like, "You don't have to buy me anything for my birthday. I know we don't have money for it." And my mom would be like, "That's ridiculous. I'm getting you something for your birthday." I'm gonna go with Rico Pin. Welcome to the stream. The NES was my first console. I think PC plus whatever Nintendo console is out right now is still the best gaming console. Combo, sorry. Skip the Wii U, though. I did not do much Nintendo stuff after, like, Super Nintendo. I played the N64 a little bit. My sister pretty much took over all the Nintendo consoles. I got into PlayStation, then PlayStation 2. Then I went over to Xbox 360 and got burned super badly by the Xbox 360. And after that, I was, like, onto the PC, and I've been like on the PC since then. I do have a Nintendo Switch now because I did play Animal Crossing and I really enjoyed that. Mom, my mom was great growing up. She tried her best. She was always very accepting of stuff because we got donated gifts a couple of times from some charities. And some of the gifts were not aligned to our gender. And there were a couple of the toys that I wanted to keep anyways. And she was always super chill about just letting us keep whatever, even if it, like, didn't... Like, she was not like, "You can't have that. That's a girl's toy. You can't play with that." I ended up getting a Pocahontas Barbie growing up. And I kept that. And I played with that a lot. And I used to brush her hair. And I, like, dress her up in different outfits. I like that a lot. And then we got an Easy Bake Oven. And my mom let me keep that because she was a baker. And I was like, I want to bake too. And it was better than getting the creepy crawler thing, which was like just gross plastic bugs. I didn't want to play with plastic bugs. That's yucky. Why would you play with plastic bugs when you can make cookies and cakes in like little tiny pans with light bulbs? And then I also got like gifted one time a nail polish and like bracelet making set. They were just like plastic beads and like cheap nail polish, but like I remember like doing my nails one time and my mom's like, "Oh, that's pretty good, baby. You could paint my nails one time." She never said anything to me about like that kind of stuff. My father did. My father was really critical about stuff like that, but she didn't care. She was just like, "Whatever. I want my kids to be happy." Oh, what's your favorite PlayStation 2 game? I know this is going to be, like, kind of out of left field. Def Jam Fight for New York. I'm sorry, but it was just, like, a really good, like, fighting game. I don't usually like fighting games, but, like, out of all the fighting games I've ever played, that one was my favorite, and it was on PlayStation 2. Now, say what you want about the story or anything else that's going on in that game, right? But just, it felt like a fun fighting game. And that's why I enjoyed it. I remember when after the NES, a couple years later, we got the PS1. My favorite game on PS1 was Chrono Trigger. We had 4 PC games when I was very young, and then PBC growing up. And my first game was Skyrim on PC. And I'm still on PC, never had consoles. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, experiencing consoles is good once in a while, but, like, if you're really going to go out of your way for a console, you have to remember you're investing into, like, this whole ecosystem now. I had a PS2 for literally 24 hours to play survival horror games, and it literally fried its... I got burned on the PS2, I think, one time, but that was back before, like, I kind of realized that there was issues with these consoles. And then I was like, oh, I'll just get the Xbox, right? Like, after, like, my second PS2 died, I was like, I'll just buy an Xbox. That'll be fine, right? Not even really thinking about, like, what I was getting myself into. My main computer for everything has been the ROG Republic of Gaming. I think that's what you're trying to say there. I think that's an Asus company. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ally X for months now. And let me tell you, applying for Medicaid on that thing is a strange experience. One I hope to familiarize myself with soon. I am glad my mom was like that, though. I hear a lot of stories from people in our community about how bad their parents were about that kind of stuff growing up. And, like, I know this is going to seem, like, a little naive, but I wasn't even, like, cognizant to it. Because, like, my mom was not, like, one of those kinds of people. She had gay friends. It wasn't a weird thing. I don't know. Like... She just never made a big deal out of stuff like that. Am I American? Yes, I am. I live in the Northeast. The New England area. That's a broad enough region for you. My family sounds delightfully non-toxic. My mother is delightfully non-toxic. My father, on the other hand, is probably one of the most toxic assholes you'll ever come across. I can't stand my father. I'm on the record multiple times talking so much shit about my dad. If he ever came to one of these live streams, I'm sure it'd be a jaw-dropping experience for him. On so many levels. You know what and I've brought this up a couple of times, okay? He has spent his entire life calling me and my sister... And both me and my sister are transgender, okay? Just to clarify for anybody who wasn't aware, right? This man has spent his entire life calling us some version of woman our entire lives, implying we're too feminine and too girly, too weak, too soft, all of this crap, right? So my half-sister decides to finally tell my father that I'm trans. And do you know what this prick says to my half-sister? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Really? Really? I mean, you used to make fun of me for having a diary. You used to call me girly boy. You used to call me a woman all the time. But this is the first you're hearing of it. The first you're hearing it. You have no idea where this came from. Yeah, okay, you go ahead and keep lying to yourself, old man. Wow, I wish I was that delusional. It's kind of mind-boggling how bad the cooling for some consoles was, especially the Xbox 360. I remember, like, somebody advised me to, like, buy a special fan for it. I'm like, really? I grew up only with my dad. He was doing okay most of the time. He was quite chauvinistic, though. Oh, my father was like that, too. He always tried to, like, point out things to, like, to me, like, when I was, like, I didn't spend a lot of time with him growing up. My parents were divorced. My mom had full custody of us. She let us sometimes spend time with him, but she didn't really care for him much either. The only reason we ever got to spend any time with him at all was because he, like, would help out buy, like, school clothes for us and, like, would get us gifts sometimes. And, like, the string attached to that was like, oh, I want to take them for the weekend. I want to take them for a week. I'll go buy them school clothes. I'll buy them this or that, and I'll take care of that. And, like, that was, like, how he would talk my mom into letting us, like, go there. But we never enjoyed it. We never had fun there. Like, I even ran away from the house one time that I was there. That's a whole story. But when I was a teenager, I remember spending one time, we were driving in his pickup truck, like coming back from Lowe's or the Home Depot or something, and there was this girl running down the street, and he points out the window, and he's like, wow, look at that girl. She looks like she's got, like, a really bad chest cold. Like, she's got, like, a really swollen chest. And obviously, he was just pointing out, like... And I'm just, like, kind of rolled my eyes at it, and he's like, what, you don't want to look? And I'm like, no, I don't want to look. I don't want to look at that. I don't care. She's running down the street. Leave her alone. Yeah, so that's the kind of chauvinistic pig he was. How many times do we have to do this old man meme? I know, right? My toys were a mix of girl and boy toys. I mostly played outside. I played outside a lot, too. I used to, like, to spend a lot of time with my friends. We'd build, like, little, like, forts and, like, little teepees and stuff like that. That was fun. Building teepees is a lot of fun. I don't know if anybody's ever done that. But you just get a bunch of branches and you, like, line them up. And then you could sit inside of it like a little fort. And then if it blows over, then you could just rebuild it the next day. I got the opposite when it came out. My dad was like, yeah, I knew. And I'm like, you said nothing? I'm really glad your parents, well, at least one of your parents were supportive. Hopefully both of them were, but at least one of them was. My mom has always been supportive. When it came to me and my sister, she was like, I was kind of more aware of your sister, but I was the one, when I came out, she's like, I had no idea. I had no idea. But in her defense, as a reaction to, like, the way my father treated me, I went, like, the hyper-masculine route for a while. And I was like, I'm going to prove I'm the manliest man who ever manned manhood. Right? So it's like, you wouldn't have guessed, right? Because I made it a point to do, like, everything in my life was so fake. I brought this up multiple times on stream, but, like, I was the type of person I was like, I drink my coffee black like my soul. Right? Like, that kind of person. Right? I worked in, like, blue-collar work. I, like, joined the military, right? Like, I really went above and beyond. And, like, looking back at it, really all I was trying to do was just prove my father wrong. But it's like, at the end of the day, like, coming full circle on it, I really just ended up proving him right, but, like, in a different direction. It was not worth it. It was not worth it. I really wish I had just come to terms with it when I was younger and not did all that crazy shit that was really unhealthy and bad for my mental health. But we would live and we learn, and then we turn into a cat girl. Yeah, you understood what he was trying to teach you, that entitlement that your dad has. Creepy. I know, right? What's even worse is that, like, he's in charge of other people. Like, that makes me extremely concerned. But, you know, I don't really know the man well enough to speak on any of that, so. I have my concerns about him, though. He strikes me as an extremely toxic and horrible person. Based on my limited interactions with him. My sister told me that because she wrote her name on a toy, she owned it. So Kid Me went and wrote my name on all her babies in permanent marker. Before that day, she didn't let me play with them. That's a smart move. That's a smart move. Me and my sister used to do that. But me and my sister, like, we're really close in age. So, like, we used to fight over toys all the time. I'm a man. I think I'm either a man or I'm a burb. You're a man burb. You could be both. They're not mutually exclusive. Is it Birdman like a superhero? Wait, didn't they have like a whole like Harvey Birdman attorney at law? You could do that. Listen, bird people are people too. Puppy girl pandemic over here? Boy toys? Oh no, did I do it again? God damn it. Not those kind of boy toys. I didn't have those kind of boy toys growing up. I meant... God damn it, I'm so bad. Oh, goodness. Birdman was also bad. Wait, is that true? I don't know. I wasn't really into, like, those kind of, like, superheroes growing up. Chat, do you think Ray knows what a boy toy is? It's the kind of toys boys like to play with? Question mark? There's a great void where my childhood memories should be. I'm sorry to hear that, Thomas. I mean, for better or worse, like, I don't like the experiences that I had to go through growing up, right? But for better or worse, all of the things I've experienced, I mean, at least I turned out to be this way. I've learned the lessons. I've learned a lot. I've changed a lot over the course of my life. You know, I've done it wrong. I said this to one of my friends recently, and I told them, I'm like, I've never been a good person, but I got really sick and tired of being a bad one. And that's not to say that I was, like, a really awful person or I was evil or anything, but it's just, like, I just went about everything in, like, a really toxic and bad way. I just didn't care about myself properly and didn't take care of myself, and I was always, like, had a chip on my shoulder, and I always had something to prove to somebody, probably my father, who, like, who cares what he thinks? Who cares? He's a dickhead anyways. I spent way too much of my life proving I'm a man to somebody who never really spent any time with me or really ever cared about me or really had too much of an interest of raising me outside of his, like, very own selfish, like, self-preservation interest. By the way, I was, before my transition, the only one left of all the children that could have possibly given him, like, a male, like, heir to our family that is of our name. And that is a completely dead dream for him now, because I will never have children. My full sister will never have children. We have both transitioned. So, yeah. I'm sorry. I don't think my half-sister's interested in having any children either. Oopsie. That's kind of bad. Sure would be terrible if you didn't end up with any grandchildren, if that was your grand plan. I mean, even if he gets grandchildren at this point, like, they wouldn't be of the family name. The only person left that could have children is my half-sister. And, like, if she gets married or changes her last name for any reason, then that's it. The family name is gone, at least through him. I've already changed my name. My sister's already changed her name, so it's a done deal for us. And I never planned to have children. No, Brain is so asexual. Yes, I am. I'm so asexual, I don't even know I'm saying stupid shit sometimes. I'm happy if you are now in a place where you can be ace and or aromantic and no one judges. So that's a little bit like where I'm like a little, not weird, right? But I identify as demi-romantic, but asexual. And if you want me to dive into that for a second, I'll give you the specific reasons why. I'm not fully against romance, but I've never been like a super touchy-feely type of girl. I'm not, like, swooned by flowers or big romantic gestures and stuff like that. I'm more of a practical gal. I like people who are dependable and reliable and will be there to give me a hug if I need it, right? So I identify as demi-romantic for those reasons, because while I do appreciate affection, it's not something I'm like, oh, yes, I need big romantic gestures all the time, and I want to be wined and dined and swept off my feet by Prince Charming or, you know, Princess Charming or whatever, right? I don't need that. I don't particularly desire that. I would much rather have somebody who is practically affectionate towards me. And as far as, like, my asexuality goes, a lot of it, like, I was starting off, like, identifying as demisexual, and that probably would have fit me really well, but with the accident and the, like, physical issues that come from having, like, that kind of trauma, that is really, like, what's pushed me over towards, like, asexuality. I mean, there was a lot that happened in that. Like, when you get hit in the hips with a pickup truck, like, I mean, just draw your own conclusions there, okay? Think about it there for a second. I've got a giant metal plate in my hips. And I sit in a wheelchair all day. Use your imagination. Draw your own conclusions from there. I'm just not at all interested in doing that anymore. It's not just something that I've recently, like, even though I've recently come out as asexual, this is already something I've pretty much come to terms with, like, for years now. And also, I like the idea that, hey, people shouldn't have to have children if they don't want to. I agree with that also. If you really don't want to have children, don't let anybody pressure you into starting a family, because you're just going to end up being miserable. You know, and you could change your mind on that later, too, right? And there's always adoption. Adoption's a great option for people, too. The family line ends with me. It sure does. Listen, I don't feel bad about it, though, because I have an outlet to be able to teach people all the things I want to teach them and talk about my life experiences and share, like, with the community instead. And honestly, I think that is better overall than just selfishly giving it to my own children. I mean, what is the point of grandchildren when they don't know you anyways? I don't get the idea of continuing. Yeah, that's just because my father pretends to be a patriarch. He's got weird ideas of like traditional values and weird shit like that. I don't know. He's a conundrum to me. To be honest, just existing around people like you / love is so nice. Aw, I appreciate that. That's very sweet. A really, 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 really long time ago, I used to, like... used to wonder, like, why I had trouble making friends. But then, like, I think back about, like, how I used to project myself out to other people. And I could, like, now, if I met myself in my 20s, I wouldn't want to talk to myself. I wouldn't want to be associated with myself either. Who wants to be around somebody with a chip on their shoulder that's always trying to prove something? Right? Even if they are nice. Right? Like, you could just pick up on the vibes that something's off about them. And let me guess, his ideas of traditional values conspicuously excludes the traditional values that aren't blatantly patriarchal. So here is something... I have something to say about that, but hold on a second. Let me read through the other ones. Sexuality can be experienced in all kinds of ways. It doesn't need to be in those fixed ways people think of. I fully agree with that also. My father, Thomas, just to like follow up on your point, my father told my mother, and my mother told me this obviously, so it's hearsay, but just so take that with a grain of salt. But he literally told her, you can have as many children as you want as long as you raise them. But then, when he divorced my mom when I was just a toddler and left us alone because he had issues, right? He comes back and criticizes my mom for the way that she's raising us. You're raising those children too soft, right? They're too feminine. They're too girly. They're not tough enough. You know, one of the reasons I stopped, like, crying around, like, 13 years old is because my father would criticize me for being a crybaby. And of course, like, what do you think he would say? He's like, what are you, some kind of woman? And it's like, well, you know what, Dad? Yeah, actually, I am some kind of woman. How do you feel about that? I wish I could say that as a kid. My parents have 2 grandkids from their eldest sibling, but they were sterilized today, and my sis won't ever get kids or a relationship. And if I get in a relationship, it will be queer, and they will hate it. I do really feel bad that, unfortunately, a lot of your family seems to be very traditional. I'm glad, though, that you could at least come here to our community and express yourself openly and talk about these things with all of us, though, because I get it. It's hard. It's hard, especially when a lot of people in your real life are, like, very much against the things that you want to participate in. And I'm always going to encourage all of you to be your true selves. Hey, sis, do you know how to play Magic the Gathering? Oh, my God, my brother, you have no idea how big of a Magic the Gathering nerd I am. I love Magic the Gathering. Did you know I've even already made, like, my own custom Magic card with some of my art? Hold on, wait, I'll pull it up. I have it saved. Hold on a second. I haven't played Magic in a really long time, but hold on, I'll show you the Magic card I made. Obviously, it's not an official card, right? And the way it's written is a little unrealistic to, like, how you would actually play the game. But hold on, I do have the card. Where is it? Where is it? It's somewhere in here. Come on now. I just found a meme that said you wouldn't give Rain a head pat. Okay, where's the magic card? Come on now. I know it's here somewhere. Maybe I put it in a different folder. Hold on. Would it be under pictures? No. Drawings? Maybe I put it in with my art. Not well, it is a drawing, but it's also not. It's a magic card. Maybe it's with the drawings. Maybe not. Hold on, I gotta scan through a few folders. I do want to show this to you though. Drive. Maybe it is under screenshots. It's gotta be under screenshots. Can't think of any other folder it would be in. I hope I didn't lose track of it. It's really cool. It was a swamp card too. Oh no, I don't know if I can find it. Aw, that sucks. I have no idea where I put that stupid thing. Alright, if I end up finding it later, I'll show you. I'm gonna keep scanning my files in the background, but I just don't want to waste too much time searching for something that I obviously can't seem to locate. Oh, God. I really need to organize my files one of these days. Everything's a mess all the time. That's my own fault. That's because I just keep piling onto shit instead of actually spending 5 minutes to clean it up. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, that sucks. All right, I'm sorry. Oh my God, remind me to show you the rest of my cards. Anna does have a lot of magic cards. I want to learn how to play it. I don't know if there's a good version we can play online, but if we can find a way to play online, I will definitely play a match with you. But yeah, about the past you thing, I got out of the far right because of leftists who were willing to speak to me despite of my stupid opinions. That is why I try to keep an open mind to everybody. You don't know specifically the reasons why somebody might be associating with like a negative idea. And this is why I really try my best not to paint with a broad brush, because you can win people over from time to time. There are people who I'm sure came into to this stream out of one point in time and had some sort of conclusion about me and then walked away with a different opinion after they actually learned who I was. Now, not everybody will give you those chances, but the ones who are willing to listen to reason, that's why you don't paint with a broad brush, right? And you try to keep an open mind. And if somebody's willing to have that conversation, even if you're a little unsure of their motives, maybe give them just a little bit of a chance. Might I suggest Magic the Gathering Arena on Steam? It's free and pretty good. I've never even played that. So, Anna, I'll let Anna speak to that. I haven't really played Magic the Gathering on any like game consoles at all. I wouldn't cut contact with a politically silly teenager. It'd be hypocritical for me to do so. I'm glad you've come around on that. And I for one welcome you with open arms into our community. I've enjoyed having you here. And I get it. Like, sometimes we, like, I mean, like, that's how I fell into, like, getting into, like, the Marine Corps and stuff, right? Like, I wasn't, like, my path didn't bring me far right. I've always been liberal, right? But I ended up in some really bad crowds trying to prove something that I didn't need to prove to a person that didn't care about me, right? Like, that's how I fell into, like, those traps growing up. So I at least can understand how someone could get themselves into those kind of positions. My father's side is a very traditional, but grandma on mom's side said she would remove anyone from the will if they don't support their kids. If any kid comes out, well, at least grandma for the win. I guess grandma's the VIP of the family. I'm also Shishette, white man, so those people might be more willing to take me seriously. I mentioned this on yesterday's stream, but, like, I used to get lumped in because I was a veteran into, like, a lot of, like, right-wing, like people would just broadly assume that because I'm a veteran, I must be, like, right-leaning and I must, like, believe in that kind of stuff. And anytime somebody would start talking, like, Donald Trump shit to me, I'd be like, oh, that goddamn traitor. And they would, like, instantly look at me like I have 4 heads. And I'm like, oh, what? You didn't expect me to say that? I'm like, yeah. I hate that treasonous prick. Don't come over here and lump me in with, like, the group of idiots. Just because I was, at one point in my life, in the military. You know, I have this thing I like to call critical thinking. You should try it for yourself, too. I don't just bandwagon on every stupid idea because, you know, Tom, Dick, and Harry thought it was cool, too. Right? I mean, didn't we learn anything? My mom always taught me growing up. She would be like, hey, Brain, if your friends all were going to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge, would you follow them? Like, did anybody else not get that message or, like, that moral lesson growing up? And I know I fell into that trap a little bit myself too, but, like, I don't know. At least I, like, came full circle on that. We really like Thomas. They'd be cool and smart and know a lot about cool subjects. I agree. Thomas has been a great treat to have in the community. And I really am glad that you came, like, full circle on that thinking as well. I feel sometimes if I was younger, I might have ended up as a far-right incel. I mean, I say this kind of as a joking meme, but at this point, like, I'm like a far-left incel. But I, like, obviously that's a joke. I'm asexual. But, like, if you want to make the joke and connect the dots, I mean, like, I did get creamed by a pickup truck. That would make me involuntarily celibate. But just not the toxic kind. And again, I only say that as a joke. Just to be 100% clear on it. My dad is a dick, so I had a good role model for what not to be. I mean, if for nothing else, my father serves as a perfect example of exactly what I don't want to become. One of the things I do try to do my best with here is also, like, for anybody who does come in, as long as they're willing to be open-minded, I've never, like, kicked them out of the stream or anything like that. Like, everybody knows here we'll ban transphobes pretty quickly from the chat, just to keep the chat experience fun for everybody. But if somebody comes in here and just has genuine questions, even if they're, like, a little bit opposing to, like, what I believe in, I still will tolerate that as long as they're being genuine about it and, like, trying to learn something. And not just... Like, you could tell when somebody's, like, genuinely trying to actually further their knowledge and when they're just trolling you. At least I've learned. I've been on this platform long enough to figure it out. I'm working on my family. They respect reason, and I'm very fearful to speak in facts. We will chip away the mountain on truth at a time. Well... Yeah, I don't know if you played the game Lego Island growing up, but there was a song from that game called Brick by Brick. And one of the lyrics in the song says that you can move a mountain as long as you do it brick by brick. And that's always stuck with me. So I believe you can move that mountain, as long as you do it brick by brick. Being ignorant is fine. Staying ignorant isn't. Yes, I'm really glad you mentioned that, because here's the thing. There is a huge difference between being ignorant and being bigoted. Being ignorant means you don't know better. So maybe you said or did something because you don't know better. But once you're taught and you continue to do it, now you're bigoted. I brought this up before too. And obviously, transgender woman, right? But there was a time and a place where I thought saying they, them pronouns to everybody was like appropriate. It's not. I was corrected on that. I was told eventually by someone that like, hey, you're just actually just misgendering people. You're not being respectful. The respectful thing to do is to ask, right? That was very ignorant of me. But I wasn't doing it to be bigoted. I was just doing it because I didn't know any better. I can vouch for that. I used to be pretty bad too. And that's the thing. I think it's okay to make mistakes as long as you take ownership for them. And I know that, like, the people that I've had negative interactions with in my life, and that I very much wish I could go back and apologize to them for how I used to be and how I used to behave. These people probably don't even know I exist anymore. And even if they did, they probably don't want to talk to me. And even if they did, like, talk to me, they probably don't want to hear an apology at this point. But, you know, I am sorry. And for better or worse, I've learned from those experiences. It wasn't immediate. It wasn't instantaneous. I've had to go through a lot of trials and tribulations and make a ton of really bad mistakes that set me back, you know, either financially or in my own life or like within like my own like friendship groups, right? But like, I made it here and I'm happy with where I am here. Like, for all the things I say I'm burnt out about and exhausted from, and it is exhausting, especially like all the stuff I've been dealing with recently. But for better or worse, I'm happy that I'm where I am in my life today. I might be exhausted. I might be tired physically. My body might ache, right? You know, I might be drained mentally. But like, if anybody's worried like that my mental health is so bad that like, you know, I'd do anything crazy, I wouldn't, right? I think we can both acknowledge that, like, you could be exhausted and burnt out and just, like, kind of worn down without, like, being too extreme about it. I don't know. I see a lot of value in living out the rest of my life as the person that I've become, and I want to continue to grow into whatever this girl has to be, like, is supposed to become. I see nothing but good things by doing that. But, you know, yeah. At the same time, I'm also very... These days, I'm not as, like, uppity as, like, I usually am. I'm usually full of a lot of energy, and, like, I'm, like, it's been a tough go these days. Chipping away at the mountain is a really good way to phrase it. I feel like young boys who spend a lot of time online are such easy targets for women-hating weirdos. Yeah, and that's the thing, too. They get them young. They get them indoctrinated. It's just like, it's all just brainwashing, really. And it's like, a lot of these young men, thankfully, grow out of it, or their parents will teach them, like, otherwise, and they'll get, like, away from that. But unfortunately, it's far too often that a lot of them stick with it and stick with those beliefs. And it's like, here's the thing that I've learned in my life, right? Like, if people are keeping you at an arm's distance, maybe there's something about you that you need to work on. And that was something that I didn't really want to acknowledge about myself at first, right? Obviously, because I was deep in the closet about being, like, a woman, right? But I think people picked up on that vibe, and that's why I think people were kind of, like, reluctant to, like, be friends with me before, right? Like, there's just something about me that was off. And, like, I can't blame them for not wanting to associate with me if I was, like, being kind of weird and kind of, like, shitty. Do you want to be friends with somebody like that? I mean, maybe, but I could see it now a lot more clearly. But working on yourself is, like, the best thing, especially if you're trying to get, like, I'm going to phrase this towards the incels that are very likely like, why can't I get into a relationship with a girl? You gotta fix yourself, right? You can't blame the opposite gender or another person for your problems. If people don't like you, there's something about, like, how you present yourself to others that people are picking up on, and they're not liking it. They're not liking what you're putting out there. And I'm sorry, but it's like, it doesn't boil down to, like, all women are bad or people are, like, unfair to you. It boils down to the fact that you have to, like, be the real you, and you've got to, like, be yourself, and you've got to work on these things. I think the reason I make so many friends now is because I'm genuinely kind. I genuinely, like, believe in the things that I talk about these days. I put real hard work into, like, my content creation, my channel, my artwork, and the time that I spend with the community trying to help people figure out their own lives and discover who they want to be. And I'm not going to say that's an attractive quality about me, but it's obviously attractive enough to earn me a lot more friends than I used to be able to ever get. I have more friends now than I've ever had in my entire life, and I'm so grateful for that, because that is the thing I've wanted more than anything, more than a popular YouTube channel, more than a channel with 1 million subscribers. I'd rather have 1 million friends. Can vouch for that. I used to be, I think I read that one already. I'm very open with second chance. If someone late in life has their eyes opened, I'll respect that they got better and not punish them for past mistakes. I'm glad, because then you'd have to include me in that group, right? You'd have to push me away, right? Because I was like that too, right? Maybe not as bad. Maybe I wasn't a right, like, leaning or right-wing type of person, right? But you could still be liberal and kind of, like, a weird, shitty, toxic person. To forgive is to forget, and trust does not come with forgiveness. Here's, like, something that I picked up in the military. I say this to a lot of people, and they misunderstand me when I say it, so I'll try to explain it. Trust but verify. You should trust your peers. You should trust your friends, right? But it's also okay from time to time to make sure that they're being honest with you and that the things that they're saying and doing are actually factually true. That's not a bad thing, right? And it isn't you calling your friend out for being wrong or anything like that, right? But we're all human. We all make mistakes. It happens. I think it's insane how big some manosphere influence have gotten. Maybe I missed out on that. Maybe my, like, YouTube algorithm, like, precludes me from seeing that type of content. Are there really, like, content creators that are all about, like, being, like, misogynistic and bigoted? Because, like, as far as I was aware, and maybe I'm just a little out of the loop on it, but, like, I thought this was relegated to, like, weird forms and stuff, like specific subreddits and stuff like that. I can understand how young men looking at the world with little context and life experience would come to the conclusion that women are privileged or whatever. I mean, I'm not privileged at all. I don't feel like, and having this perspective, right, I can share both sides of this perspective because, like, you know, I've identified once upon a time as a cisgender man, right? But I really don't feel like there's, like, that many differences, really. Like, we're all just people at the end of the day. There's just a few physical differences between us. But it's not like the female brain is any different. We're all intelligent well, I'm not intelligent. I can't even speak. But most of us are intelligent, right? We're all, like, capable of thinking, right? I don't know. I've never felt the need to assign blame to, like, a specific group of people or gender. But it is scary that they do come to those conclusions, and they're just like, yeah, women are bad. Maddie, welcome to the stream. I think a lot of these people are in a very deep pit mentally and find a scapegoat as a coping mechanism. Hell, I kind of did that. I mean, my coping mechanism was drinking 2 beers or a couple shots of whiskey before bed every night. I get it. I mean, that's not the right way to cope, right? But, like, I mean, it is a coping mechanism. Full MRA, baby, it's trash. You're in the right bubble. I'm naming my wizard author character Misogyny. I actually like that. That's cute. I feel like the manosphere already passed its peak in since 2023. I'm gonna be honest. Like 2022 is when I had my accident, and like between the year of like 2022 and 2023, I didn't even come back to YouTube till the end of 2023. So I might have missed out on all of that, just being like in recovery. How y'all doing, cuties? I'm doing all right. We're talking about actually a surprisingly good amount of stuff. I figured I'd come out and just admit I'm kind of tired today. I think a lot of us are feeling burnt out, so I advertised the stream as such, and we're just kind of just chit-chatting about various things and things about our lives. I don't know, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to explain because like the conversation has been so nuanced. It's been really good though. If you want to see a biggest ego grow in an echo chamber, they made, I know, a YouTuber or two. So that's one of the things I mentioned to a lot of my friends, like when I first started coming back to the platform, and I kind of mentioned this as a joke at first, but now I'm dead serious about this. I have told a couple of like very key friends, and I'm like, do not let like my ego blow out of control, right? Like, I give you actual permission to slap the shit out of me if I start becoming, like, a really full of myself kind of person. And I start treating people like shit or, like, taking things for granted. No matter how big I get, I'm very self-conscious of that. And I think because I am so self-conscious of it, it's less likely to happen to me. But just on the off chance that I go crazy one day and I become, like, a crazy narcissist, I've told a few people to put me back down in my place. Knock me down a few pegs. Remind me that I'm actually still human. It's something that I was very concerned about because I've seen it so many times. So many of these content creators like just feel like they're on top of the world because they got a couple of million subs on like a platform. But it's like, you go to talk to regular people. You go to talk to somebody like my mom who never watches YouTube. She thinks it's cool that I'm doing this. Like, she thinks it's awesome that you all, like, come here and, like, I have a community and that people watch my content and, like, they participate in, like, the stuff that, like, my art and they share it. She thinks that's all well and good, but she has no context for, like, what any of this is like. She has no idea because she doesn't participate in this platform. Right? Like, I feel like a lot of those people who build up that ego are like, I'm famous. Everybody knows who I am. And it's like, not really. Like, a lot of, like, normal folks who never use YouTube more than to maybe sometimes watch a 3 or 4 minute video are going to have no idea who you are. I try to keep that, like, perspective in mind all the time. I'm, like, it doesn't matter how popular I get on this particular platform. That doesn't mean I'm actually famous. It just means I'm popular on this platform. Peak in a sense of circulation on the internet. Women's brains are actually different. We literally have different hormones in them. You know what I mean, though, right? Like, I remember that they had, like, all these studies trying to prove that women have, like, smaller brains or they're, like, different in, like, major ways. Like, I remember there was, like, this one, like, conclusion a scientist came to, and he's like, women can't drive because the wind rushing past their face is going to make them dizzy, and they, like, crash the car. I'm talking more like shit like that. I think so too. Strangely, I had an easy time being friends with women, but I have a hard time creating romantic relationships that feel genuine. I mean, kind of the same. I've been in 2 very long-term relationships, so I do have a lot of context on, like, what it takes to have a very long-term relationship with somebody, and I've done all of that, but, like, looking back on all of it, like, a lot of those relationships were pretty unhealthy still for different reasons, and the power dynamic wasn't right, and yeah. I've always been in the lower power dynamic, even though, like, one of my previous relationships would basically pretend I was the one in charge, but then really it was all just for show. Like, behind the scenes, they would, like, grab me by the ear and they'd just be like, you're gonna be doing this and you're gonna like it. That relationship was, like, out of all my relationships, the 10-year relationship was the worst one I had. That particular person I was with was very bad to me. I wish I had friends to slap some sense into me. I was a really bad person. Still bad, but I know... No, you're not a bad person. Like I said before. And you can quote me on this. I used to be a bad person. I just got... Right? I used to be a bad person. But I'm not anymore, right? Like, you can come to the other side. I think you're a good person. I'm back from making potato salad, and my free commission still stands. We'll discuss it after my stream. I've been going for a while today. I might actually take a break for a minute. Is that Rain? Oh, wow. Hi, Stuffing Skull Tag. It's been a while. How you doing? Good to see you, cutie. Alright, I'm gonna take a break for just a second. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Let me go ahead. Let me get myself back on stream. I'll go ahead and I'll take the break message down. I just want to say, too, like, especially with, like, the way I named this live stream, I gotta say, this has been, like, some really good conversation. It's one of the reasons why I kept going for so long today, and I kind of want to keep the conversation going for a little bit longer. I am gonna have to leave probably, we'll give it another 15 to 20 minutes of this stream before I go. But I really want to say that I really appreciate it, especially when I come here and I admit, and you all know I don't really admit that I'm exhausted and tired and, like, kind of, like, I don't know, for lack of a better term, I'm, like, at the end of my rope. I'm not at the end of my rope, right? But it's like, it feels that way. Like, things feel very heavy sometimes. Everybody's been a real treat today. You've all been really kind, and we've had some really, 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 really interesting conversations. So thank you. Like, like I said, this is a two-way relationship. I know a lot of you, and trust me, I see it from all over the place. I see it from, like, my social media account, like, on the Fediverse. I get comments on YouTube, and, like, so many people all the time tell me, and they're like, you inspire me, you helped me, you inspired me to start drawing again, you're the reason why I started my own YouTube channel. I started becoming a live streamer because of you. You know, I came out of the closet because, you know, you inspired me to do it, right? But, you know, like I said, it is a two-way street, and when you all come here and have, like, genuine conversations with me and just spend time with me genuinely and just talk with me, like, it really does lift me up. It doesn't make everything better. It doesn't take away the pain in my shoulder. It doesn't get rid of my exhaustion. It doesn't get rid of the problems, right? Like, those problems that I've been facing and dealing with still exist, but it takes a lot of the edge off, and that's, honestly, that is what I'm most grateful for. I just came across the stream, but I like the vibes. Hope I could say hi in the future. Greetings from Germany. Oh, we have a German cuties in our Discord. We've got lots of people from Germany in our Discord. You'll fit right in. Links down in the description. Oh wait, I gotta do that. Sometimes I gotta be like a YouTuber. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and click the links in my description. Yes. I'm really bad at self-promotion. I'm like PBS when I do, like, my, like, thank yous. This content is sponsored by people like you. I mean, I don't have any official sponsors. All the ones that I've considered, I've either said no to, or I've ended up dropping them because, like, I found out, like, they're weird. Smash that like button. You know what drives me crazy? I will, like, pretty much immediately stop watching a YouTube video if the YouTuber starts the video off with, hey, we're gonna be doing this today, but before we get started, like, comment, and subscribe. And it's like, I've been here for 5 seconds. We haven't even started the topic, and you're already asking me to like it, to make a comment on it, and to subscribe to you. One, what am I liking? You haven't delivered the value of what you've, like, advertised in the video. Two, what am I supposed to comment on at this point, right? Like 3 seconds into the video. And three, why would I subscribe if I'm unsure that I like the content that I've been watching? That's a huge ask for a brand new person in the audience. I don't know, that drives me insane. I'm of the preference that you ask in the middle of the video or at the end of the video. That's my personal preference. Like, I like to ask near the middle or the end. Or, like, put something on screen, maybe. But not, like, one of those, like, generic ones that have, like, the stupid click sound. I hate that. I will never use one of those. Somebody's like, oh, you should put one of those in your video. I'm like, no, it's so annoying. just a random mouse pops up and you hear click, and then you see like the mouse click the subscribe button and hit the notification. Oh, God, I hate that. Drives me crazy. Miss Rain is a German magnet. Rain, 1 hour of sleep a day is enough. I just checked my sleep. You need more than 1 hour. Don't be like me, because I wax and wane between like sleeping too much and sleeping too little because of like the issues I have, right? But don't be like me. Like 3 hours of 4 hours of sleep is not a functional enough amount of sleep to get by, no matter how easy I might make it seem. You can't sustainably go like that. I can't sustainably go like that. Trust me, I eventually crash out. I commented and clicked. Aw, thank you. And check out our sponsor. Oh, no! No, I will never be sponsored by a goddamn hedgie. You know who I hate out of all of them, though? Goddamn Ken Griffin. Obviously, just my opinion, but I think he's the most evil person out there. Well, okay, alright, maybe Jeffrey Epstein is more evil. But I'd argue that Ken Griffin, you know, the Ken Griffin of Citadel, the giant hedge fund, is super evil. He looks evil to me. Has anybody ever seen his face? Hold on, I'd love to show this picture of him because it looks so ridiculously evil. It's kind of goofy. Where is it? Where's that goofy-ass picture of him? Where's that goofy-ass picture of him? Come on now. Oh, no, don't take it off the internet. Yes, there it is. There it is. I found it. It was in Forbes. There's no way he took this photo. I was like, yeah, that's me. I look great in this. Hold on, you gotta see this shit. Look at this. Look at this. I'm sorry. It's not only goofy, but he looks ridiculously evil. The worst part about this is my dad kind of looks like this, too. Same, like, empty, evil grin and, like, empty eyes and shit. Just joined the Discord. Yay! I got some plans this afternoon, but I do try to hang out there as often as I can. We also do events in there and stuff like that. So if you're into, like... Well, we're switching over to Pathfinder, but we were doing Dungeons and Dragons for a bit. But we're going to be switching over to Pathfinder. And we have we also do some, like, community gaming events. Like, we did a deathmatch a couple of weeks ago. That was pretty fun. Have you ever seen your dad and Ken Griffin in the same room together? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. What if my dad is Ken Griffin? He's not. I can verify that for a fact. He is definitely not. But God, I think he wants to be like him. Who knows? My father would be like, Ken Griffin, that's my hero. I want to be just like him. This guy looks like an expert on Ponzi schemes. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, well, when you're a hedge fund, when you're a dirty, stinking hedgie. By the way, for those who, like, were curious, the reason I became so anti-corporate was because of all the, like, trading shit I learned about in the stock market. Like, that's what really woke me up to be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Capitalism is actually super not cool. Who would have thunk, though? I had to get into the belly of the beast first to find out. It's also probably not a good sign when, like, the people that you're, like, hanging out with all refer to themselves as filthy degenerates. That's probably not a great sign that, you know, Wall Street's a healthy place to be hanging out and making friends and business contacts. It reminds me of Big Mouth Fish a bit. Honestly, that's... You know what? I agree with you. It does. He looks like a perverted priest. He's definitely perverted, but it's more like a financial perversion. Bro is probably called Ponzi as Cabe. You know what Ken Griffin strikes me as? He strikes me as the kind of guy who'd stick a spoon in a jar of mayonnaise and just take a big old bite of it and you go, yum. Yummy. No actual taste whatsoever. I can't remember where I heard that meme from, but like ever since I heard it, that's like kind of stuck with me. Konnichiwa, this is Yuki taking over. Raven passed out on the sofa. Well, good, she needs some sleep. Put a blanket over her, get a pillow under her head. Leave her a nice glass of water to wake up to. Draw her a nice cute little picture. See, that to me would be like, more of a romantic thing that you could do for me that I would more appreciate. Because it's not only practical, right? But like, it's kind of cute. Yeah, I prefer that than like, you know, oh, show up to my house with like a dozen roses and take me out to like the most expensive dinner of my life, right? Like, I'm not really about that, right? Like, I'd feel bad. I'd feel guilty. I'd be like, do you want me to pay for half this date? But, you know, if you do something practical for me that's, like, beneficial to me, that really makes me happy. That I'm more like, aw, they really care about me. Especially if you do it and you know it's something I want done consistently. And you just go out of your way and you don't tell me and you do it for me. That is huge for me. I don't ask you. You just made your own observations about something I do, and then you helped me with it without, like, telling me. And that could be kind of odd, but, like, I'm talking more, like, about, like, all right, for example, I'll give you a good example of this, right? Let's say I love to wash dishes. It's part of my morning routine. I wash dishes every morning without fail. And then, like, I wake up one morning and all the dishes are washed. And it's like, aw, you washed the dishes for me? That's so nice. I could spend extra time making breakfast and having coffee. Like, that to me is a better romantic gesture than anything else. But I guess that's also why I'm demi-romantic. I've never been that much into that kind of... Yeah, me too. I wouldn't really want to be with somebody like that. Or somebody who'd be like, whip out like big wads of cash and be like, I'm rich. I'd be like, good for you. Go somewhere else. There's a billion other like people in the world that'll fall for that trick. I'm not falling for that. This isn't Rain's first rodeo, by the way. Like, listen, I know exactly what kind of person, like, leans on their finances to, like, attract other people. I don't want nothing to do with that. I'm sorry, but, like, it's fine. I think that partners should help each other, right? Especially if you get into a relationship with, like, somebody who's disabled like me, right? Who uses a wheelchair, who has, like, trouble, right? Like, it's good for you to help your partners, but, like, I am not looking for somebody who's gonna come in and be like, I'm gonna fix you. I'm gonna fix everything for you. I don't want that. I'm not, like, you know, a glass figure. I don't need to be, like, gently held or put up on a pedestal and, like, have all my needs accounted for by you. Like, I want to do work. I like working. I like being helpful. I like being capable. I don't want to be pampered and, you know, spoiled rotten. I'd hate it. While we were on the topic of sleep, I need to fix my sleep schedule so I can catch these streams. What time is it for you over there, if you don't mind me asking? Do you eat mayonnaise with or without a jar? I eat my mayonnaise on my sandwich, but something that I've realized really, like, grossed Anna out, I will just straight up eat cottage cheese. Apparently she doesn't like that. She saw me eating it and she's like, Rain, that's making me sick. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I won't eat that in front of you, okay? But I'm like, ooh, cottage cheese, yum. It sounds like you're describing healthy relationships. I mean, I've been in enough unhealthy ones. Well, I've been in 2 unhealthy relationships. And I've learned a lot from them. So even though it's been 2, the span of those relationships are 15 years. One of them was 10 years, and the second one was 5. I'm not that kind of girl that goes around and, like, obviously, like, as somebody's demi-romantic and asexual, right? It's like, I'm not going out there, like, picking up lots of random dates and relationships and stuff. Like, if I'm gonna be with somebody, like, it's because I really want to be with them. I'm not interested in a fling. I'm not interested in, like, you know, 2 or 3 nights of fun. Oh, I have mixed feelings about cottage cheese in general. I'll tell you this. Do yourself a favor. Make yourself some pasta. Pick any kind of tomato sauce that you want. Then take a scoop of cottage cheese and dump it, like, right into the pasta and mix it in. I swear, you're gonna thank me later. You're gonna be, goddamn, that was, like, one of the best creamy additions I've added to my pasta. It's so good. It's so good. I'm telling you, like, I literally couldn't look at it. I actually wanted to vomit. I'm sorry. I do feel bad, but, like, you know, cottage cheese is yummy. Rain, did you know that Raven sleepwalks every day? I used to have that problem when I was, like, in my early 20s getting out of the Marine Corps. But I think that was more of, like, kind of like a PTSD thing. Straight up eating mozzarella would be something I do. Okay, I will do that. I will. So, like, some of the, like, scrappy, like, things that I'll do from time to time, one of my favorite things to do is to take a slice of, like, deli meat and, like, a slice of random cheese and just roll it up, like into, like, almost like a cylinder shape. And then right before I close the cylinder, I'll put, like, a little squirt of mustard in it, and then I'll just eat that. Yum. Bad relationships are like bad parents. You learn what not to do. Yeah, I certainly have. Does she actually sleepwalk, or is so tired that it seems like it? For at least for me, when I was told I was sleepwalking, like, somebody straight up told me, they're like, you were just sitting in the bathroom, and then I opened the door. And then apparently I didn't remember any of this. And then I just, like, got up and just walked back to my room. And that's how they told me I was sleepwalking. And I don't recall any of it. And they're like, yeah, you definitely were kind of, like, not conscious. I must have just subconsciously wanted to go to the bathroom or something in the middle of the night and, like, just didn't fully wake up for it or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Maybe I walked into the bathroom, then fell back asleep, like, when I was in there. I don't really know what happened. My brother-in-law does not use salt in cooking. It's horrible. Okay, so I go very, like, a lot of people mention this when I posted the cooking video on the channel, and they're like, wow, you didn't add any spices to your breakfast. I don't like to add a lot of, like, heavy spices first thing in the morning. So I do use salt. I do use pepper. But there was 2 reasons why I didn't add any of that kind of stuff into it. One, I wanted to leave the recipe generic enough for people to add their own, like, their own variety of things into it. Not everybody likes salt in their eggs. Not everybody likes pepper in their eggs, right? So, like, really the idea behind that video was to show you the cooking technique, not necessarily that that's the best version of what you can make. I wanted to keep it, like, kind of bland and generic so people can kind of, like, do their own thing with it. There's a story about a king outlawing salt. Wait, how do you outlaw salt? Cheese wrapped inside meat is actually a party snack here. I feel like I've seen it a few times, but I'm sure it's a lot fancier than like the way I'm doing it, which is like in my hand in front of the refrigerator at like 3 in the morning. No salt in anything? Oh God! All right. One of my ex-partners was like that too. But here's their belief system behind it. They're like, a lot of other things I cook with already have a lot of sodium in it, so they don't add salt to their food because they like look at like the ingredients and are like, there's enough salt in this already. So that part I can understand, but just being like, nope, not ever gonna use salt ever, period, exclamation point, tilde, I don't know, pick your like symbol at the end there, right? Your channel name is so cool. How did you come up with it? Actually, I didn't. It just used to be called Rain. And there was somebody that used to come here a lot. Their name was Rogue. Yeah, they used to hang out in the community a lot. Unfortunately, I haven't seen them in like over a year now, so I hope they've been doing all right. I hope they're having so much fun. They just haven't had time to log into YouTube, right? But they used to tell me they'd come in here and they'd be like, "Wow, you're so radical," and I'm like, "Radical? That's an adjective I don't hear very often." And they're like, "Yeah. You are like one of the most radical dames I've ever met." And then I'm like, that's a really cool nickname. And they're like, use it. So I changed my channel name to Rain the Radical Dame. So it was a gift from the community. You all gave me the cool name that I have. See, I get everything from the community. See how much I value you? You're all such wonderful, good friends to me. I love, oh, me too. I love pepper. I do love cooking with salt, but like, I'm just gonna be like real. Like my 2 favorite like spices to use are garlic, salt. Like I like garlic powder, garlic salt, and I like to use pepper and onion powder. Those are like my favorite ones to use. That's really cool. I like, it stuck with me, and I'm like, that rolls off the tongue really well too. I'm like, you're good at nicknames. Because I'm certainly not, I know I say this as an artist, right? But I certainly wasn't creative enough to come up with it. Somebody also pointed out, because I found one of my like old YouTube videos before I started drawing, like, and I mentioned like how I was not at all creative and I couldn't like make anything creative if I ever tried. And they're like, well, I guess that turned out to be a lie now that you're an artist. I get all of my dietary salt from League of Legends. Oh my God. I had another friend, because they were playing a lot of League of Legends, and I didn't really know much about it. And I was like, should I try playing that? And they're like, no, Raid, I care about you too much. League of Legends is like cigarettes for your soul. And I'm like, oh God. I'm like, well, that's a phrasing. And I'm like, so why do you play it? And they're like, cigarettes for the soul. I wouldn't use onion powder. I like me some... Ooh, I like chili powder, but I gotta be careful. I don't want, like, my stomach to get too upset. I don't have a gallbladder. So, like, depending on, like, some foods trigger me, unfortunately. So I just gotta be careful. Lemon says, welcome back. It's kind of a shame. I was thinking about wrapping up the stream soon, but it's good to see you, cutie. How you been? Before I go, I want to at least hear how you been today. Thanks to him, I learned that Worcestershire sauce can fix any... Ooh, I do like Worcestershire sauce. Also, do you know what I like is Chinese black vinegar. Hold on. I'll show a picture of it because I don't know how to pronounce the name of this type of vinegar. But I'll show a photo of it so that y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay, it's specifically, and I actually have this actual bottle of vinegar. Now, this picture isn't a picture of the actual bottle that I have, right? But I actually have this same bottle in my refrigerator. So give me a second. I'll pull it up. I don't know how to pronounce this, but ever since I tried this black vinegar, this is like the Mandarin version of Worcestershire sauce for me. I love this. This stuff is so good. I don't know why I love it, but it's very tangy and yummy. It's just so good. It's one of my favorite vinegars of all time. And I'm like not really into vinegar. Like white distilled vinegar is like my least favorite vinegar. Apple cider vinegar, kinda only okay with it, but this stuff, God, I feel like I could just guzzle the bottle sometimes. I've drowned food in this stuff. Whoa, Raid said it correctly! Not too bad, just nerd things. I forgot what a gallbladder is, but it sounds important. It's not super important. I'll tell you what it is without being gross about it. So, like, when you, what your gallbladder is designed to do is it holds some digestive fluids. And when you start eating like a high-fat meal, so let's say you're munching on like a nice, greasy McDonald's hamburger, right? Your gallbladder fills up with fluids that have digestive enzymes that help you break down that fat. If you don't have a gallbladder anymore, there isn't anywhere for that to go. So the higher the fat content of the food you eat, the more upset your stomach will get. So I have to be very careful about like the types of foods I eat. Like if a box meal calls for like, or has certain like fat contents in it, I gotta like just be like kind of observant. I have to look at nutrition labels and stuff like that all the time just to make sure that like I'm not like gonna get like too crazy with something and it like triggers my stomach. But anyways, if you've never had this vinegar and you see it at like your local Asian supermarket or your local international supermarket, this is definitely something worth trying. The smell of vinegar makes me gag. This is not vinegary in the same way that like regular vinegar is, but like I don't have a better way to express this other than you have to try it to kind of like understand what I'm saying. The smell of vinegar. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I already read it. Sometimes blows my mind that certain organs are kind of optional. Yeah, so like your pancreas is like that too. The pancreas, I think, is completely non-functional. It's just like an extra appendage you have. But the gallbladder actually does something, but it's not necessary. It's helpful for like when you eat certain high-fat foods. But you could definitely live without it. I mean, I've lived without it for like 4 or 5 years now, 6 years now. It's been a while. I remember when like it first started getting really bad. And yeah, I couldn't like eat anything. I would eat something and it would feel like somebody was sticking a knife through the side of my stomach. It was awful. I'd eat like a burrito at Chipotle and like I would feel like somebody is stabbing me. And then because of the issues I was having with my gallbladder, I ended up getting pancreatitis at the same time. And if you want to talk about the most debilitating pain I've ever had, besides getting hit by the pickup truck, but like I'd say probably the second most debilitating pain I ever had was having pancreatitis. And it felt like somebody just took a knife and just stabbed me in the gut randomly. I fell over on my kitchen floor. That's how bad the pain was. All I was doing was screaming, and I remember my partner came in, she's like, oh my God, what's going on? What's wrong with you? And I couldn't even tell them, like, what was wrong with me. I was just like, call 911, call 911. I'm like, it hurts. I don't know what's wrong. It hurts. I don't like fat. It's eating it. There is a place for fat in your diet that is healthy to, like, consume some level of fat. You can't cut fat completely out of your diet. You will die if you do. But, yeah, everything in moderation. Even the stomach is optional. You just need to only eat liquid food if you don't have it. I'm not sure how I'd feel about an all-liquid diet. I do like to taste things. Food is yummy. I ended up like eating a brownie in the middle of the night, and Anna was making fun of me because I ate it frozen out of the freezer and I didn't warm it up first. And she's like, "You're such a beast. Just rip it into that brownie. Frickin' savage." And I'm like, you don't get between a hungry cat girl and her goddamn prey. Olive oil is pretty okay. I've seen somebody drink an entire bottle of olive oil just to prove that it won't hurt you. I mean, I can't imagine that you had the best feeling stomach afterwards, but like, I've definitely seen people just straight up drink olive oil. I think this is going to be a pretty good place to end the live stream. I do have to take care of some things this afternoon, so unfortunately I do have to get ready for that, and it does take me a while to like get in the shower and do my self-care and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to end the stream. I do want to say a special thank you to everybody, especially those who have been so supportive recently. Obviously, the only reason I can be here is because all of you keep coming back to watch the content, to spend some time with me, especially when I'm not feeling well. So from the bottom of my heart to yours, thank you so much. But with all of that out of the way, thank you all so much for joining this live stream, and I hope everyone out there has a wonderful day.